Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. It's FOMC Day. Joining me in studio is our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart.
Good morning, everyone.
And joining us in the middle, the man in the middle, our senior market strategist, Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Deli. Good morning, Shai. I have some great news. No matter what happens today, during econ events, Treasury refunding announcements, FOMC, Meta earnings at the end of the day, today is still going to be National Share a Hug Day.
Oh God. I'm going to use...
I don't know what to do with that.
I don't either. I don't know. This is it. You know, we got these national days. Do we have to start covering these now, Shai? Is this what he's saying?
I don't know.
I don't know about that. Good morning, chat. Little hug for you guys in chat. Always great to see you guys. We got Kenny beat Engineer Bear this morning, which is interesting. Good morning, Kenny. Engineer Bear, Paulie, My Serona, Reginald sent us a nice note this morning. Great to have you here, Reginald. We got Anthony Ram Man. His nickname is Ram Man. I'm not going to ask where he got that from because this could go a lot of directions. It's a little too early for this. We got Coast Peroni, HK. We got a lot of people in chat. Good morning. Good morning, Cooper. Edalberto Diaz. Like I said, Coast Peroni, Zolino. Beach Sunset, Trader 864, Adam, Thomas, Millett. Good morning, everybody. So FOMC day, but it's more about QRA.
But more about QRA. We have a deluge of data today.
And a deluge of data, and we also got Meta and Microsoft.
Right, after the bell. So Barclays was out with a note this morning. They said they expect the U.S. Treasury to continue to signal unchanged coupon auction sizes at least for the next several quarters. And so we believe the refunding meeting outcome will be beneficial for the long end, both outright and for swap spreads and the 20-year sector. So that does come out today at 8:30.
Well, what time is this QRA announcement?
8:30.
That is the 8:31?
Also.
So got it. So they're both at 8:30.
So we've got a lot at 8:30. Let's go over the data really quick.
Let's go right into data.
We have so much today. So we have at 8:15, we have ADP. At 8:30, we have PCE prices Q over Q, core PCE price index Q over Q, GDP annualized Q over Q, personal consumption, and the U.S. Treasury QRA schedule. 10, we have pending home sales. 10:30, of course, crude inventories. 2 p.m., which we will be on air for, is the FOMC rate decision. And 2:30 p.m., we have the presser.
Wow. So, well, if there's ever a day of when traders should be taking it a little bit light, today's that day. You know, it's funny because this is the day where you're probably going to see a lot more retail traders at their screens, and it's really should kind of be the opposite, right? I mean, I agree that you should be at your screens, but you don't need to be overly active. I think you need to come, learn, watch, see what's going on. When you have this many crosswinds, there's just too much for the market to digest, and what may seem like opportunity may not be, right? You're going to think you see a lot of edges. We talk about all the time on this show, people's strategies, come in, prepare, plan, execute, right? That's what we have the morning crew in here for every day. We do a lot of preparation. Then we bring in traders to trade live. They're doing preparation. 90% of what we're doing here is prep, right? And then it's about those moments of execution. So understand that today is a day where there's just so much going on. Watch and learn. You don't have to trade, but if something falls into your lap, then you take it.
Yeah. I mean, the chances of having a very whipsaw market also are pretty high with everything that's going on today. So, have your stops in place.
That's right. Work stops. Jimmy, let's go to you. Overnight, we got equity indexes up modestly. The only thing that I see that's got any sort of decent move overnight is natural gas and heating oil. Natural gas is down 1.25%. Heating oil is down 2.25%. Crude is down 17 ticks, which is nothing. Quarter of 1%. Pretty flat in the metals. Platinum is up 1% again. Bonds pretty flat as expected, right? I mean, euros pretty flat, everything. So thoughts coming into this morning's trade?
Yeah, no, I think, your ex post this morning was right on point. All eyes on the 30-year Treasury bond or the 10-year Treasury notes. We saw a huge rally yesterday in the bonds, and, we broke out to the upside into a 114 handle range right now. Now we're 114 and 16 30 seconds. We haven't given any of that back so far overnight or today. So this market's telling us something. It's definitely has a paradigm shift up right now. We'll see if we give it all back today. I don't know, but right now it is still pretty strong, holding up. And the retracement's almost over. It's almost bullish right now in the 30-year Treasury bonds.
I mean, it's so interesting this morning when I come in and I see, what the bonds did yesterday and what I saw stocks do. It's like this is a tough market. I mean, look if you're intraday focused on super short term stuff, no doubt about it. There's always going to be opportunity. We've talked about this even yesterday with Merritt. I mean, Merritt is someone who doesn't even watch a ton of the news and stuff, and even he's like equities lately. It's just not the cleanest, right? I mean, there's just not a lot going on. And I like to build themes in the market. I like to look for more powerful trends because I stepped back from day trading years ago, and I'm trying to find swing positions. Man, it's just really difficult. There's just not a lot. And this is why volume is low. Again, because you don't have the multiple participants. You don't have, well, first of all, a lot of short-term traders may be getting chopped up, so some of them are stepping back. You got the medium-term traders, which I don't even really know that I would fall into that. I'm still probably short to medium-term. And then the longer-term people are the same thing. It's like, who wants to put on risk here? That's the difficult thing. Yesterday we talk about or just a few days ago, we talked about how the bonds failed on a little bit of a rally. I was watching your edge report, Jimmy. We got below some moving averages, and now you get the bonds back above them. Moving averages are flat, and it's like you got this QRA this morning. I mean, if the bonds keep rallying, it's going to be hard to see a reason for stocks to go down. I put that in my note this morning. If bonds stay bid and the dollar stays potentially weak, that's just going to add a bid to equities. Well, but if bonds all of a sudden off this QRA take a 180 and they start to come down, it changes the tape again. So again, everybody, look at it. It's like you're not here to come and figure out the whole macroeconomic situation of the market. That's not what we're trying to even do here. We're trying to just help you guide through the daily markets. It's just not that clean right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that a lot of people, we're so used to buy the dip, and the last 2 days have kind of been sell-off days.
Yeah.
And so I know that some traders have been struggling with that because it's kind of a change of what we have been. So kind of just stay nimble and true to your process and, execute when you see opportunity. You don't have to be in every trade.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, coming out of the data today, everybody, why are we saying that the bonds are the focus? Jimmy, why don't you dip into that a little bit more? Because look at your background really is the bonds. We don't talk about that enough. I mean, you know a lot more about the bond market than I do. Explain why on a day like today, when all these different crosswinds start coming into play, that the bond market is the place to watch.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, everything is about interest rates. Everything is tied to interest rates. Every asset class is tied to interest rates, and the US dollar as well. So when you think about it, you're looking at, all right, what's yields in the long end of the curve and also in the short end of the curve. Perhaps the Fed could control the short end of the curve, and the Treasury Department's trying to do their best at the 10-year level. So when you see the bonds make a huge move like this market's like a leader. It's leading the pack. It's a little bit smarter than the other markets, in my opinion, and everything kind of follows after that. So when we're in kind of this like long kind of term trend and a 113 handle for a long period of time, and then all of a sudden things shift, this is the bond market, and it's a futures market. So it's looking forward. It's expecting certain events to happen today, and it's a pretty good predictor of that. And that's why I like to look at that bond market right away and say, all right, what is it thinking out loud right now, telling me what to expect in the future? And then that scales into some of the other markets.
Yeah, I mean, it's spot on. Put it simply, it's the future of money, right?
Right.
What are people going to get on return, right? Well, it's the guaranteed return, and everyone is making investment decisions based upon what interest rates are. In my personal life and your personal life and his and everybody's in chat, we all look at what would it cost if I wanted to borrow this, or what if I leave my money in here and make X? Everything is built on that. So when you get times where these crosswinds come in, and Jimmy is spot on, the futures markets are looking forward as to what rates may be, and that tells you a lot of what the next habits will be of consumers, of what they may do in stocks, what they may do in everything.
Well, even the commodities market, right?
Exactly.
Because the cost of storage, what is it going to cost you to storage or to borrow money to purchase commodities? So that factors into everything.
Exactly. I mean, yesterday, what did you say? We talked about the dollar versus crude oil. You said interest rates are more important, Anthony.
Right.
Yeah. So let's talk about energy for a second, Shai. Natural gas down $1.25%, down 40 ticks. Heating oil down 47 ticks, ish, down 2%. Crude oil's pretty flat. What's going on in the energy market this morning?
So, I mean, we had a kind of move up yesterday, right, when Donald Trump said that he was going to change that 50-day deadline for Russia to end the war in Ukraine to enact secondary sanctions, meaning that we would put 100% tariffs on any country that bought from Russian oil or gas. He changed that yesterday to 10 days. So, or the deadline for 10 days. We'll see if that holds or not, but that is what he is saying. So obviously that put a bid under crude oil because, if the war in Ukraine doesn't end in 10 days, which probably doesn't, and we do enact secondary sanctions, that's going to potentially take a bunch of crude oil off the market.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's like crude oil is that market where it's been, the headlines have been faded, right? And right now, I was looking at the chart of crude this morning, and it's like they have these initial thrusts in the headlines. I mean, just go back and look at the chart, everybody. You had the big rally. Earlier in the year, we had the sell-off, then we had the buy, that got bid up, and then we had recently had the rally, which not immediately, but relatively immediately got sold. Now are we in a building phase of potentially higher crude prices?
So, yeah, I mean, I think everybody's been expecting everybody's been talking $40 oil, the floor is going to fall out, and that realistically just can't happen on a fundamental level because we would take production offline, right? We talked about this before. What is also interesting, the comment that Trump made yesterday, he said oil prices are low. So if he thinks oil prices are low at $68, I feel like the market kind of took a sigh of relief and that he's not going to be, pounding the we need $40 oil.
Yeah,
so
I did see that. The other thing I saw this morning was Trump on trade. August 1st deadline is the deadline. He stands strong on it.
Yeah, it's in the it's in the ticker.
Yeah, it's in. Yeah, I mean, come on, man. I mean, look. Here's the thing: is one thing about President Trump. He says what's on his mind, and what it may be for today may not be for tomorrow. I mean, that's if you've not learned that yet about him, then you haven't learned anything, right? And so, and also when he also does a lot of foreshadowing of what of what's going to happen in markets. Remember, now's the time to buy, and he does all these things.
Right.
And so I think that the markets are getting a little bit used to now, like his temperament in certain things, and the market isn't necessarily overreacting like it was once before. And so now it kind of takes everything in, and where it's like, okay, it's like a tea leaf reading situation. But the August 1st deadline is interesting to me on the trade talks. We'll see. That's what is that, 2 days?
We'll see.
But when you get towards the end of a negotiation and you say you're standing firm on a day, it does obviously help conversations to move forward, and we'll see what happens here. Preview the guests, Shai. We got data coming out soon here too, which we'll be ready for. But quick preview of the guests.
We have Remi Tetot, who is the founder of the Mad King Macro Research. I've known him for years. I get his stuff. It's fantastic. And so I'm looking forward to talking to him about everything that's going on.
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, I look forward to meeting Remi. Be the first time for me speaking with him. So excited about that. In 30 seconds or so, we've got
ADP.
What? Okay.
So ADP, prior we came in at minus 33,000. This is ADP employment change. Survey says plus 76,000. Now, obviously, this is important because of the labor market, and some people even think ADP may be a better barometer than the BLS information, non-farm, because of the birth death rate and how they factor it. And so ADP has become kind of
That's a mover.
more important gauge than it had been in the past.
So here we go.
So plus 104,000. So that is strong sign for the labor market.
Dive into what's strong for the labor market means.
Well, that means the employment change. If we had a negative number, that would mean people are laying off people, or we're seeing less people participate in the market. Plus 104,000, which is higher than the survey and definitely higher than minus 33K, says we have 104,000 more people that are on our payrolls.
Yeah, let's look at the reactions. Bond market sells off, right? Stronger data from jobs. Let's face it, it's not cutting rates.
It's not cutting rates, right?
I mean, and again, now QRA, which is in 15 minutes, will be on with Remi. Let's see what that is. And, it gets interesting, right? This day is building into, again, what happens in the bond market. We're going to be talking with Remi here. But before we get into that, ADP is out. We're going to hand it over to Cags for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, let's finish the conversation of the 30-year Treasury bonds. Here's the daily chart right now. We can see we're selling off a little bit after yesterday's, I'm going to call it a monster candle up. We took out that ascending triangle, if you use your imagination. We popped up from a 113 handle up to a 114 handle right now, and we're right at this peak here that we saw on July 10th. Continuation rally for me, we'd have to get up to that 0% retracement for me to be like, all right, we're in bull mode now. But things are looking positive. Intraday, really quickly here, we got a couple of JAX levels and a couple of mental Q levels as well. Nice point of control so far. We'll see how that matures. We have the pivot down here also as a target on the downside, 114.05, a little bit lower than that. JAX 1 at 114 even. On the upside, JAX 2 at 115 even. So we'll see how sticky this point of control is as we go forward today. The other market that I think is really interesting the last several days that I want to track is this Euro FX versus the US dollar. It's kind of like, what's going on with the US dollar overall, but this is specific to the Euro. Nice rally up. Remember, we talked about this. We had that retracement, then a lower swing high, doji top, and then a sell-off again. Now, this is like the second big this is a relatively big red candle today. We're below that 38% retracement. We're below the 50 EMA right now. Third red, well, even if you count these other two dojis up here, you could say, hey, there's 5 days in a row where we're kind of selling off right here. So this is weak. We really want to see if we get that past that 50% retracement, we could have a lot more room on the downside. But we'll see. This market does trend nicely over a long period of time, as you can see from the chart. But then also it enters into consolidation period. So right now, it is in bear mode right now. Intraday, we have that JAX 3 level. We just about tapped it. S1 slightly below that as a target. That's at one spot 1546. Below that, that one-day min also is in play at 1.1533. And those are kind of really nice mentor Q targets on the downside. Upside, we see JAX 1 in the rearview mirror. We're trading below the session VWAP right now. One of the things I have my eyes on, though, is the official point of control. It's pretty hefty up here at 1.1589. So that's looking pretty strong. That's the Euro FX. We'll see if we continue to sell off or not. It looks like it's about to. Let's shoot over to crude oil, though. Tracy talked about it, and we talked about it yesterday as well. We have that kind of a daily chart, a long-term consolidation level, right? I had my resistance area at 68.73. We're right above that right now. Is this going to be a sustained breakout to the upside, or are we going to settle back into this zone? Moving averages are all relatively flatlined up until yesterday, where that 80 MA is starting to gain a little separation over the 21. We'll see, though. We got a total price happiness right now, or a pause, or a stall, or whatever you want to call it on a daily chart for crude oil, but we are at the top end of that consolidation range, so we'll keep an eye on that. Intraday, we have some great levels as well to consider, folks, for the day traders out there. On the upside, let's start for the bulls. We have that London initial balance high, 69.79, call resistance at 70. We have that 0 DTE level as well. Those call resistance and a gamma wall, double whammy right there. That's at 70 spot 25. For the bears, we have the pivot Jacks 3 and blind spot 1 all framing the bottom of the conversation here. This is support. We tapped it a couple of times, rallied off at 68.50. 0 DTE high vol would be a breakout to the downside, 68.25, and that 0 DTE put support at 68 even. That is today's Edge report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thank you, Jimmy. We are now joined by Remi Tetot. He's the founder of the Mad King Macro Research. Remi, good morning.
Good morning.
Great having you here today. Pleasure to meet you. Busy day ahead of us, so we're going to get right into it. This morning we had ADP come out. ADP comes out stronger. I'm sure you heard Shai talk about that a little bit. Bond market initial reactions to the downside. I know you cover more of a macro side of things, but today's a big macro day. Thoughts initially on ADP, and maybe talk about what expectations you have for everything else that's stacked up the rest of today.
Well, I have the number on my screen. They're stronger, but really, if we look, the problem with all those data now is the COVID spike is making the data really hard to visualize. If you look before and after, now you have the data is basically moving the same range than we were before COVID. So it's, we go down to 50 up to 300. It's really the same range. It doesn't mean much to me.
So it doesn't mean much to you. And we're all going to be focused on QRA, and we're going to be focused on what happens with FOMC. Maybe give us a preview. We know that the Fed is unlikely to cut rates today. Another strong jobs number. We'll have to obviously wait to see what Fed Powell says in the presser. But I'm not sure if you've spent much time studying maybe what the QRA that's coming out for today. Maybe touch base on that, and also just expectations for the Fed maybe beyond today, because we know today is unlikely of a cut.
Yes, I mean, to be honest, all the meeting this year, they were unlikely to cut. But for some reason, there is that narrative around the market. Are they going to cut? Are they not? In the end, the Fed is moving using a framework. We all know it. We all know the framework. And right now, it's not hitting the target to keep easing in the end. And after the tariff talks, I think that was, that when that started in February, I think the most obvious thing for the Fed to do is not to move until all that is done, because this is going to have some impact on long midterm. We might see inflation coming back up. We've seen it a little bit in the last sprint. We don't know yet how it's going to be for the rest of the year. But yeah, I think the no cut is obvious. Was obvious. I mean, to me, it's been obvious for all year now. The core inflation is not on target, as I said. Labor is sometime weakening, but not. What I do usually is I look at all the underlying data of the employment, and it was moving up, but now it's stabilized. When you look at temp jobs, at long-term unemployment and all that stuff, they were all moving up, but they're not anymore. So now it's like stabilizing really on the employment side. So I know the market is pricing, now it's pricing the cut for September to November. I had September from back in January already, but even then now I'm not sure about it. I'm not sure because things are stabilizing a bit.
And when you look at the overall market, just the index markets in general, right? We've just, after we had the temper tantrum in April, we've been straight up. What are your thoughts on that? Do we continue straight up for the rest of the year? Do you see any kind of risk in the market at all?
Yeah, for me, look, if you look at all the markets, what I like right now is the setup is all the markets are overextended, right? So they all have like Z-scores extremely in the extremes. And I like that setup. When you look at world equity is above 2, S&P is above 2, NASDAQ above 2. So it's telling you, we know it's overextended. We know it. And personally, I expected the market to correct a bit in July. It hasn't happened. Now, I do think that August and September are going to be more complicated because we are right now the valuation of the market. You've seen the Schiller number last week, I think, or the week before, is at 38. So valuation is through the roof. The standard deviation is in extremes. We have a restricting yield environment. The seasonality of the S&P over the last 30 years, the worst 2 months are August and September. So we know the seasonality is not in the favor. Then we have the liquidity somehow going to get a bit tighter because you have the repo market that's almost empty. You have the TGA that's almost empty. So all that is going to create some, not a liquidity blackout, but some tightening of some sorts. They're going to have to refill it, and the flows inevitably is going to take some flow from the market. Then we still have I don't think we have seen yet the impact of tariffs. We're still waiting to see it properly in the data. We've seen, we've seen some exports number moving and stuff, but we haven't seen the real impact on the consumer yet, I think.
And what are your thoughts on the bond market? Because we've talked to a lot of people, and some think that we're going to still see higher yields. Others think lower. So what, if you look out in the future, do you think that we see yields higher or lower, or we're just going to stay in this range?
Well, so the one thing that I find interesting is, I think that's the first FOMC meeting this year where yield is not moving strong in one direction. It's quite in the middle range at the moment. Normally, in the previous meeting, we've seen them trying to move all like sharp up or sharp down. Not this time. I think bond yield stabilized basically where it is. There is that big narrative around stablecoin going on, around crypto, and I think the stablecoin issuers are going to buy a lot of debt, but for their business model to work, they need yield to be at least above 3.5, at least. Otherwise, the economic model is not going to work. And that's a big new player in the current dynamic, because the US government has been like focusing a lot on crypto, stablecoin, legalizing everything, and that's a big new layer of information, I think.
Yeah, and that's not going away. I think they're going to continue to talk about that in this administration. That's why I'm long a little bit of ETH. We've talked about that. We're just over a minute, maybe 2 minutes to these numbers this morning. We're going to be looking at the bond market to start today. And I agree with you. When you look at where the bond market is now versus where we've been in some of these other meetings, the bond market right now is really in the middle. And so that's why I wrote in my note this morning that this is going to be, I think, a potential shift today coming out of QRA, FOMC announcement and the presser. Like, we get all of this behind us today. I think that where the bond market start to go to here could start to feed into, like you talked about, the flows that maybe potentially we've had Jem Croissant and other people talk about the flows that might change coming into August, September, October-ish, because the market's just been so bid. But my question will be is, if the bond market rallies today, it's going to be hard for me to see, unless it rallies for negative reasons, which we don't see it. Like, it rallies because the Fed's saying, we're likely to cut, but why are they going to cut, right? So I guess there could be some differences as to why it rallies. But if it does rally and rates start to come down, does that hurt the stock market? I mean, I don't think so. I mean, that's where I see it getting a little interesting.
I mean, the stock in the end, the stock is trending. And there's no point to bet against a trending stock. That's the what I learned in my career. And right now the stocks want to go up, and it's funny because it's almost all what used to matter doesn't anymore, and that's what makes it really hard, I think.
Exactly. That's exactly what makes it really hard. Yeah, exactly. And that's why I was saying it's like, but if we get a bond market that goes lower today, with some force and rates start to spike higher, we do wonder if that starts to change potentially the flows. And that's why I think today is such an important day. I know we're going to be getting a lot of data, Shai, and we'll be patient with you as a lot of things are coming out here.
Yeah, absolutely. So just waiting. We have a few more seconds.
Yeah, the QRA is the one that I'll be interested to see. Like I said, we've got the bond market up, everybody. So let's just stay patient and see.
One thing I want to
the
add
market's going to be digesting this.
Everyone has been focusing on, okay, the Fed need to cut for the market to keep rallying or rally hard. Historically, in the last easing cycle, when the easing accelerate after the second or third cut, this is never a good thing for the markets. But for some reason, the current narrative is that it is going to be positive, but historically it hasn't. So that's also, another thing I'm looking at is historically are we performing now and stuff.
Yep. So bond market took a decent dip, Shai, and then in a sense come back.
Right. So we had GDP annualized came in above expectation at 3%. Personal consumption came in line 1.4%. Core PCE came in a touch hotter than expected at 2.5%. And PCE came in came in line 2.1%.
So if anything, a touch hotter with a little bit of inflation. Again, nothing dramatic, but if anything, it's again going against rate cuts.
And these are Q over Q. Tomorrow we have this information month over month and year over year. So I don't know why they are on different days, but they are. And if we look at the new schedule, it looks like they're kind of doing the same thing: 3-year, 10-year, 30-year. Not a huge change. So we're not seeing any shorter duration than normal.
Yep. So interesting. My initial take of this is bond market gets hit, comes right back. You see equities followed it initially to see how far the bonds may go. Bonds come back and get bid up. Equities go, okay. They go, goose fraba. You know what I mean? And if you don't remember that movie, that was with Jack Nicholson and Adam Sandler. So anyway, I think that's ultimately what I take away from this morning on the 8:30. So with the QRA, is that something that comes out all at once? Again, it's kind of like new territory for me. I've heard obviously Andy and Jim talk about this in the past, but is it just like a one-time thing or?
It's quarterly.
So no, it's quarterly. So it's issued out. So the market already knows this QRA data.
They give you the whole schedule of what they're doing.
So the market's taking it in stride. Okay, so now it comes down to FOMC and FOMC presser today, really the presser. So let's go back to that, Remi. And, coming into today, one thing we didn't talk about was the gold market. How much do you follow gold? And if you do, I'd like to get your thoughts on the gold market.
Well, I track it at macro level. We played well the breakout at 2000, I think, or before that. But now I'm tracking it because I have to, because it's important too. But I'm not too much of an expert in gold. But I was looking at the chart this morning, and it looks like there is a move getting ready. And interestingly, it's the same in Bitcoin, and it looks like you want to spike up, go wild again.
And I was going to ask about Bitcoin. We've been kind of sideways for 2 weeks now. What are your expectations of those markets? Because we have futures markets on them as well, so our traders can trade them. But what are your thoughts about the future of Bitcoin and maybe some of the others?
I think Bitcoin, look, we have basically between in the last year and a half, we had Wall Street loading up in it using ETFs and stuff. And the market has been up 1x about that since the ETF, more or less. And I don't think Wall Street is in there for 1x only. So I expect at some point some really, really strong rally. But right now we're going sideways. Bitcoin is very volatile. So tomorrow it can be down, or the next week it can be down 20%. Do I think Bitcoin is going to be higher than where it is now by the end of the year? Yes. I How much? I don't know. It's just too volatile. But what I know is everything has lined up for Bitcoin and cryptocurrency to really perform extremely well in the next 6 to 9 months. You know, all the change in the US, all the regulation, everything is really it's like gearing towards one big moment, I think, but we're not there yet.
Yep. I'd agree. Again, this administration is supportive of it. This story is not going away. It'll be here throughout this entire administration's term. Remi, we got to end it there. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Everybody, go and follow Remi and what he's doing on X and check out his website. Remember, he's the founder of the Mad King Macro Research. Remi, thank you again for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
So, you know, Shai, again, I look at the bond market today. The bond market sells off a little bit on this data. Nothing groundbreaking coming out this data.
Yeah, I mean, nothing groundbreaking. Again, we did, spiked up overnight. We have, between ADP and what just came out, we have seen a pullback. But, after kind of this move, we probably will hurry up and wait for FOMC for the rest of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, when I look at the markets this morning, was expecting a little bit more with all of this data, but the bond market's near its lows again, and I just think this morning that is going to have a little bit of pressure added to the equity indexes. I just don't see S&P and NASDAQ holding on to their gains overnight with a bond market that's sitting near its lows. Even with the bonds coming off of yesterday's high, they're back into the belly of yesterday's range. Yep. As we see equities downtick here, to me, the warning sign is if bonds are staying near lows, I would not be long equities for a short-term day trader right now. There's just that to me is going to be the play they're attached to this morning. And you can see equities are not falling off the way that the bonds are, because I've got the chart up here, and then I'm just going back and forth to the bonds. That's not going to be the same. I'll talk more about this in the next segment with Pharm. But Shai, thank you again this morning. We'll see you in chat.
Thank you.
What in the hell is this? What does he got on a 19? You got on, is this like your FOMC outfit now? Like, that thing's pretty sharp, man. How long were you hunting for that on Amazon?
About a minute and a half. It's been lying in wait for you, Deli.
Jesus.
I mean, look, Deli.
Oh, perfect.
For weeks, the bulls have just ruled without mercy. Every dip bought, every put slaughtered. Momentum is delayed. It cuts both ways. Reversion often the sharpest. And today, Deli, volatility doesn't knock. It lets itself in. The real sellers, they're not dead. They were on the beach, sipping the sweet tears of Q1 bulls, my friend. They're lying in wait. They've been planning, and soon we strike.
I mean, he's becoming poetic now. This is unbelievable. Well, top of the morning to you, chat, and everybody. Look at this with Pharm. We really, again, I love it when you come in and just totally throw me off. I'm sitting there getting ready to talk about bonds, and all of a sudden I'm going, where am I? What's happening here? Okay. I know Pharm. It is. We'll see if we can work on that. His camera is coming a little bit blurry, and that's a shame that everyone can't see it in full HD because he looks really, really good. So, from your perspective, Pharm, thoughts on the data that came out this morning?
GDP strong, which, I think it's kind of funny that we did get up to, that 69% probability of a recession back in, is it March, maybe late March, early April, as things were getting kind of nasty. Apparently not, right? And we talked about that slingshot, and it's just the way the market has been for the last couple of years, where everybody gets on one side of the boat in terms of, weakening labor, and, then all of a sudden it's inflation. About 2 months later, they're worried about that again. And we will see. But it looked like I just caught a brief glimpse of the QRA, and it looks like it was a nothing burger and generally supportive. Equities, just same policy effectively. So that's good. But it is a little bit hot, and we'll see if we start slingshotting back towards concerns over inflation over the months. It does take a little while to bleed in. We haven't yet seen much in the way of impacts from tariffs, maybe a little bit in goods. And we'll see how that goes. And then like ADP, was it last month that ADP was like stone cold, and then FP came out and it was like, oh, that was actually really good. And well, now ADP is up a little bit. I think it was looked pretty strong. We'll see what FP has to say. That's what the market cares about most, of course. To remember.
Yep. Somebody's chat goes, I'm now where I gotta go and find it where they go. I gotta find exactly what they said. Oh, I go, would Pharm dressed up? I think he goes, oh yeah, there it is. Thomas Mills says, I now full port short seeing Pharm like this. I think he could be right, Thomas. I think he could be right. I think
Look, Deli,
he's setting us up for something here.
There's two things here today, Deli. First of all, my wife was watching yesterday and she said, "Is Deli okay? He looks a little tired. I think you got to wake him up. Let's you got to do something." And I did have a few requests for something similar to this. And the second thing is like, look, Deli, somebody's got to rally these sellers. Keep in mind, I say this, I'm long right now, and I'm trying to rally the sellers. Like, somebody's got to do it. We got to have some kind of fun here, right? I'm just trying to manufacture a dip for you. I'm going to bully this market into submission and see if we get a pullback. But, I mean, we'll talk about the NQ high in a little bit when we get to my charts. That's going to be extremely important for the rest of this week is going to be NQ. So.
Yeah, no, I agree, especially with earnings today. We have Microsoft and Meta. We didn't even talk much about that. It's going to be following the Powell presser. Today, getting through today is going to be very interesting. Let's go through the charts. Let's start with me as we do. Again, everybody, you know, what am I watching this morning? I think the bond market is going to be the key. I'm going to say it over and over again as new people continue to come in and join the live stream. The bond market is the place to watch today. I think if the bond market stays weak near its lows, I just think there is a short-term lid on equities for today. Obviously, that could change later with FOMC, but this morning, if the bond market stays relatively weak, I just don't see a path for equities much higher. I think they'll probably chop around and, if anything, grind lower, just because so much data is coming out today. And just like Pharm said, we'll see if inflation starts getting back into the conversation. Modest, I think, you know, look at jobs number this morning, ADP, you know, better for sure. PCE a little bit hotter. Q over Q, as Shai said. Tomorrow we've got month over month and year over year, and we'll learn more about that. So really the next 24 hours, we're going to get some more of this inflation data, again, which is why the stock market is likely to be more tied to what's happening in the bond market right now. And so when you look at bonds today, if they can't catch a rally, even after yesterday's big move higher, if they start giving that back, I think technically it doesn't mean much for them. So if you go to the bond market and you look at this on the daily, you're like, doesn't really mean much. But on a day like today, the market gets tied to what more of the leader is going to be, and that leader is going to be the bond market. Because if it were to somehow give up today's gains in the bonds and start to go down with some velocity, what that does is that predicts in the future, again, the scare of potentially higher rates, more inflation, the Fed's not cutting, you know, also what happened this morning with QRA, we'll see how much that spills into the tape. But ultimately, the market's going to be more attached to it today than it is on a normal day because of all the data. And so the market is going to watch what happens in bonds. Also want to go to the euro right out of the gates today. I was watching the euro. So euro continues to break down. Dollar strengthening, okay? Dollar strengthening, rates not going up. Yesterday rates came down quite a bit. Today rates are going up modestly. I'm not going to get carried away with it. But nonetheless, that's the story for today. So if the dollar strengthening against the euro, as I said to me right now, I talked about this yesterday and the last couple of days, since the Sunday night tariff announcement, look at the euro. It's been the weak market. I said this is the better market for day traders right now. I'm bearish euro. I'm not no positions in it, but ultimately I look at this market and go, if I'm a day trader, I'm looking at, selling rallies in euro. It continues to break down. Dollar strength, not super supportive, I think, of a higher stock market right now. I continue to think that that's going to put a short-term lid on what happens in stocks. And also gold. Gold, I've got this big box here because I'm looking at the range it's been in. Again, dollar strength, not the best for gold. A big day to see what happens with interest rates, a big day to see what happens with the dollar. So gold, modestly getting impacted of it. But again, if the euro continues to get weaker, I do expect that to add some weakness into gold. And watch gold. I mean, you've got a bunch of moving averages in here, mid 33, like 30 to 33.60 area becomes a magnet. I think because you've got moving averages, recent lows, all of that right in there. Watch to see what happens later on the Fed. If it holds, it could go for a bounce. If it fails to hold there, I think it opens up some downside in the gold market. And so, again, just bringing some awareness to things that I see happening. When we go back to equities, I could pull it up on the daily chart. Again, everybody that has a chart knows that stocks are extended, right? Extended is a strong word because they've been extended for many parts of my career, that they stay extended for a lot longer than I think they can. But today, with the bond market, reactions to whatever happens in FOMC and the rest of the day, you have to keep note of it. And this is one of those things where obviously equities are very strong and they are not going to give up this rally easily. So unless the bonds really kind of get clipped or something happens in the market from the presser, I still think the overall tone is still steadily bullish, probably two-way tape inside. But again, today is kind of an offset thing. You also have earnings at the end of the day. Microsoft and Meta, pull those up, see what they're doing intraday today. Learn something. Watch what's happening in some of these other markets on a day where the equity indexes can be pushed and pulled from these other things that you're not watching on a regular basis. And you have to understand that today your technical strategy may not work as well as it normally does, and it's not going to be you. That's going to be the market environment. I always say when I look at my strategy, is it me? Is it my strategy? Or is it the market environment? I ask myself those questions. Like if I'm not doing well, if the market's chopping me up. Today, it's going to be the market environment because you've got all these different things coming through. So understand that, learn, become a better executor of your strategy during these times. Watch to see reactions. Better to be late in than first in is the way I look at it on days like today. Don't be in a rush. That's what I've got for my prep this morning. Hopefully it helps everybody heading into the day. Now we're going to go into the man of the hour, Pharm. With I don't even know if a nickname for you right now. And normally I'm really good at coming up with something like I look at you right now. I don't even know where to go with this. I got to think about it. Something will come up.
Oh, you mean this is just my normal attire, Dell. I wear it every day.
Yeah.
Yeah. So look, I've got NQ up to start things off on the 30, and we talked yesterday morning. We had that huge move overnight, and we had these single prints. And sure enough, we came down and we dipped into those singles. I think it was here. Yeah. Right before the open, maybe 30 minutes before the open, we got an opening drive higher into that 648 to 660 spot. And pretty good exhaustion high and some size come in. I'm trying to remember what I said in the Discord, but it was not suitable for work type of thing. Size. So that was the first size I had seen in like a long time, probably since like May. And our initial bias was long, but the risk in the morning was, if NQ exhausts out into a good high and the Dow stays weak because earnings were terrible, then ES can get weak. And we did see that. So this is kind of what you want to see in a high. It looks pretty nasty. It could probably only be better if we had like a couple of, at least one set of single prints on the way down. But the fact that you put in an exhaustion high, amazing excess, and then you break the IB low, trend lower, it's a pretty good high. And so the thing is about an excess high like this, you could always just go higher anyway, right? Especially on a week when we have so much data. There's just so much market generated information this week. Like you can't just look at one thing and then make a decision and find yourself comfortable in a position, for the rest of the week. So that's going to be key to me is NQ and how this progresses. And so to me, if this is a top, then NQ likely doesn't put in too much trade above this 523, 540, and certainly not above this 586 to 600. And it would blast through yesterday's low and likely cross down into at least 330s. Like if it's just done, like for sure, right? I don't expect to see that necessarily today because I don't think the market has a reason to decide local top, and I just mean swing high, right? Like not a top. The market has no reason to make that determination before all of this data, but it is actually more meaningful to get this high was put in because it was not on like some news release or like, it wasn't something inorganic of that matter. So it is a good high. If you look at the meta chart, it's like a horror story for bulls. Like it looks bad on the 30. And again, they have earnings, right? So it can negate all of this. But it is a good high. And I did want to touch on that first. But, I'm going to flip back to ES now because ES, it is objectively neutral. I'm going to go to my daily here. And so I've boxed out this range on ES, and I'm looking at cash hours. We've got a 4-day balance on cash hours, basically. So it's a technical balance, 63.96 and a quarter. Now that's an exact equal low with Thursdays. And so it's, when you see that, it's not, ideal. It makes me a little bit wary that it gets swept out. But ultimately today, big picture, before we drill into the 5 and the 30 on ES, big picture is going to be all about this range. Do we break and sustain this range to the downside? Do we break and sustain this range to the upside? Do we get a look below and fail of this range, which then would target the top? Do we get a look above and fail of this range that then target the bottom? So 63.96 quarter, 64.40, your cash hours range for these 4 days, and that's ultimately what's going to matter as we come out. So with this kind of relative equal lows, the look below and fail would not surprise me. We could come down and we'll get into my charts like 63.86 maybe we don't even make it that far, and then pop back in, and that looks good. So big picture trades for me today are how do we resolve this balance here? And I sure would like to take out and clean up the ETH high. So while NQ has a fantastic looking high, ES has a high outside of regular trading hours, as does YM. So that is suboptimal. At least YM made a new all-time high, took out January's high, and then just failed back into range again. So things are a little bit mixed here, and there's no reason to be anything other than neutral with this range. And if it does break to the downside with continuation, maybe we come back and we back test this prior range of consolidation. But I'm definitely on watch for a failed breakdown. I'm less on watch for a failed breakout just because it's been a very strong market. But we would have traveled quite a ways just to get there. So it could be a little bit extended, but there's just so much data that we've got to get through for this week, and said this Monday, like holding a bias through each catalyst and having it stay the same the entire week might be just a little bit difficult. So that's kind of big picture before I get into 30.
Yeah, and also, did you Jim Cramer suboptimal? Did you come on? Did you go full Jim Cramer? When I heard suboptimal, I was like, here we go.
Oh no, is that a Cramer word? Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna have to. Might have to.
You're gonna get
the vocabulary.
Yeah. Also, too, a question in the chat was from Gary V. The initial balance first 60 minutes of the day. Gary, good question. I know sometimes people may not understand the lingo or the language. Put those questions in chat. I mean, Pharm and I will, of course, answer them. There's a lot of times I have people on here that say things I have no idea what they mean, and I've been doing this for 30 years, so don't be shy. Believe me, we're all learning.
Yeah.
One thing I also want to notice, make sure everyone does notice, euro back to making lows, gold all coming down. I talked about this strength in the dollar today. Watch, that's going to weigh on gold, and it's going to weigh on the euro. Bond market has slowed down. It's not breaking right now, but again, those are themes where I see, again, coming off of that, Sunday night announcement of the EU tariffs, dollar strengthening, gold and euro cannot hold rallies. Be aware of that today, especially on a day where you're getting a lot of headlines, something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and in terms of some of this terminology, I will say that on my Substack, I do have my pinned post is my starter kit, It's it's some videos and some words and some things that I've written for people that are less familiar with some of this terminology. There is a glossary of terms on there, and again, there's a huge free section with a lot of this stuff. I did a series, like a 5-part series on volume profile, market profile, auction market theory, like super duper high level. And tried to inject a little bit of humor into it. But I think it's a nice compliment for anybody, if you're a traditional technical trader, at least have some basic understanding of that. And again, it's just like my pin post on Substack. But I did kick back over to NQ just for 1 minute, and then I'll go back to ES. Notice, where the volume is for this week. It is a clean break away from last week's range. Okay. So nothing bearish is happening as long as we sustain this clean break away from last week's volume. You can see all this volume here from last week, and we just dipped into it. If you guys recall, we had that big seller selling 23 420s, all last week, basically. Well, that pop seller is now a dip buyer, right? So resistance has turned it into support. So that kicked us back out. Fantastic long on yesterday's spike. And, on ES in particular, a cleaner balance. When you see a spike down, so that's the last 30 minutes of the day, a spike, so makes a new low a day or a new high of day. So when you see a spike down into the bottom of a 4-day balance, that's almost always going to be a long. And so we did take a long on that. With future, I took both and calls, but and again, I'm trying to drum up the bears. So I'm neutral here, but have some calls. Hopefully I can unload them. I was a little bit worried about data, but that's where we're at. So you don't want to be short into the bottom of a 4-day balance on a spike into the end of the day. But it is a clean breakaway. If we do cross through these 420s and we start to offer it again, and then come down, we have potential for 330s just to get right back down. So do be aware of that. But as long as we're sustaining this breakaway on NQ, you have to see that as being constructive. ES slightly different. It's just slightly different here. There's not really a clean breakaway from the meat of last week's volume, but we are still overlapping value higher. This 64.15.5 to 64.18.25, you've seen on my chart all week, is incredibly important because that does get ES back into last week's range with this primary distribution. And it's not bearish necessarily. You would prefer to have a clean breakaway from last week's range. It kind of makes sense to pause into all this data into a high volume area. And so now we've got 2 weeks where we've just put in volume. But the bottom of that box that I showed on the daily is, yesterday's low. And so if we come in here and we just sweep out these lows and reclaim, it's at least targeting 64.15 to 18. So that was a trade for overnight for futures. I went flat that and holding some calls, and they'll just end up being synthetic runners. We did have some single prints on ES yesterday, not on NQ. I don't love location of them. I put them on my 5-minute chart, I believe. I want to say 23.25 to 25.5. So that's a range to watch out for. If we, let's say we reclaim the 64.18s, pop into those 20s and then reject hard back down, then we could just get sucked in here into, yesterday. Again, big picture, it's all about, do we break that 4-day range with continuation? Or do we not? And then, while we're waiting to see how that resolves, because it's likely not going to resolve with certainty until after JPOW is done, you can take some trades there in the meantime. So potential for rotational trades, 6,400 to 6,415. The spike base was 6,400. Value area low was, 1.5 roughly. And so that's sort of range low. We didn't go anywhere near there in the overnight session, but we could potentially see two-way rotational trading. There's the singles I mentioned. But generally, if we can base back above this 64.18s, I'm not sure that these singles, unless it's just, again, a quick attempted reclaim that gets rejected back down hard below 15s. If we're basing above 18, I think we come back up to last week's high 31. And most likely, we could test 37 to 40 yesterday's high. If sellers, give this up and can't get back there. So, but again, keep in mind, you're looking for your big picture trades first, which would be a look below and fail, of yesterday's low. Basically, I like down to 63.93 3/4. I think that was a prior spike from last week, maybe. So this is your early range and your early edges here that you can work two-way trading in there. You can fade failed breaks of that range, while the whole time you're keeping in the back of your mind 4-day range. Which way does it break? Does it continue in that direction, or do you failed break? So those are the 4 real trades. Look, fail, look above and fail, break out to the upside and go, break to the downside and go. And then in the meantime, you're just two-way trading and biding your time till everything is said and done.
Yeah, no, I like that analysis, Pharm. I appreciate this as always. The one thing I was looking at on my stuff is, that 23,420. Yesterday, I was actually listening to Stowe in the afternoon, and he was talking about they can go. Or it was actually the midday trade where he was talking about 23,420. And I just look at that low, and I think that this low, yesterday's low on NASDAQ, is key. You've got the 8-day that's coming in right around there too. If we were to finally take out a prior day's low, that's when I think things start to get a little bit juicy, right? Until I see the NASDAQ do that as the upside leader, hard to see any real reasons to be bearish up in here, obviously. I just look at yesterday's low now as a pretty big key. You've talked about it. I got a simple moving average there. Stowe's talked about it yesterday on their work. Keep an eye on that 23,420 number. Plus, it's 420 Pharm. I mean, that in its own right is everything. Well, why even look at technical analysis? Who cares?
Yeah, I mean, shock of all shocks that it hits 420. It's just like Bitcoin topping at 69,000, and then 69,420 is like a huge support and resistance on it. Like, the stock market is just a meme. So 420 is big time, very key.
I mean, no doubt the S&P is going to stop at 69.69. I mean, it's just going to happen. I mean, it's already written, So we'll have to wait to get there. All in full port puts when it does get there.
I still have a resting limit order to sell that. I have for a couple of years here. I'm just gonna sell that and just ride off into the sunset and wait for the margin call. I mean, hopefully I can make it a couple of years before it comes in, but
guaranteed to go back to 64.20. I mean, it's just, these are the simple things. I mean, why do this analysis? Doesn't even make sense. One of the in chat, the fairy Airy said to call you the tick pimp.
Yeah, I like
with
that.
that outfit.
That's
that
good.
was good. That was good.
That is good.
All right, Pharm.
That is good.
You brought a smile to my face and everybody else's in the network today. I always appreciate you, my brother. You're the best. Everybody go check out what Pharm is doing on his Substack. Check out what he's doing on X. He keeps it light, but he also does amazing work. Pharm, I'll see you tomorrow.
We'll see you, Deli.
Good morning, Tanya.
Good morning, Deli. Oh man, that's always such a tough act to follow for Pharm. I mean, the pinstripe suit and the hat. I can't believe it. Like, he's always upstaging everybody.
The tick pimp. I was dying with that. I saw that. I'm like, I had to put it on mute initially because I was like, it actually made me laugh out loud. That was really good. We love the chat. Hit the like button for Pharm. He comes in, has fun with us. Like we said, we're at 140,000 subscribers on YouTube right now. Subscribe. Help us get to 150,000 as we're going to do a big giveaway. Going to be lots of fun things happening on the network. So make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. And Chad, always thank you so much for being here with us. You guys always make it fun as well. Tanya, this morning we had a bunch of data, right? We had, listen, I can't even list all of it, right? And all this data this morning, we had ADP, the PCE, GDP,
Totally.
all these things, right? And now the market didn't do much. Now you're getting into kind of that hurry up and wait for FOMC. What are you looking at coming into the open today?
Yeah, totally. So if we can take a look at my charts. Yesterday was nice. We got a good short from calling that divergence. The open, I think it was crazy. And NQ still decided to make another higher high, and then we had a nice drop lower. I like to see that. I like that ES had, like, on the daily, like, finally we had like two memorable down close days in a row. Nasdaq, not so much. It was kind of interesting that you guys were talking about that 420 level, right? Yeah, it did pause right there, which was like a previous day close on the 25th. You know, for today to be interesting, I'd love to see more downside, but I see that possibility for Nasdaq to just stay strong and within yesterday's range. It's quite a large. We finally have like kind of like a large range candle there, 650s to 414. Not even, honestly. Never mind. It's like 240. We're just used to like the ATR being about 180, 190 over the last 5 days. That 240 points feels like a larger range nowadays in the summer months, right? We're in the middle of that range right now. If I look at the daily, yeah, we did pause there, an interesting spot, 420. ES still has, I mean, if we we're gonna go lower, I'd probably prefer ES. It has like from that divergence from the high, like Nasdaq made that higher high, ES didn't yesterday. And then it looks more of a better jagged high here, and we have this daily FEG we never even came back into and rebalance. So I would like look for ES to at least come back into 6390s. So if I go to a 4 hour, yeah, it's honestly not. It's better than what it has been for the downside, but would have liked like a nice cleaner close here instead of wicking this. Would have been nicer to close below 420 yesterday. There's certainly that divergence. We certainly filled that gap up completely. Nasdaq, we have earnings today, right? Yeah, today's big earnings actually.
Microsoft and
Right.
Meta.
Microsoft and Meta today.
Yeah.
Yeah, considering that 8:30 news didn't do a lot, right? If we go to the 15, yeah, we didn't do much there at all, really. Yeah, we didn't take any sell side or buy side. The 15 looks just like kind of back and forth. I definitely don't want to play within this range on the NASDAQ and ES. I would rather see a sweep for more upside. I'd rather see us come retrace into maybe 50% of this move down yesterday. I don't think that we did that at any point. No. Cool. Yeah, I'd rather us sweep this pre-market upside 520s and like 530s and like reject there for more downside and go for yesterday's low. And for ES, I mean, for ES, like I would go for 6390s if that were to happen. I would look for maybe one of them is there's a divergence at the open with these highs or yesterday's highs. But I'm keeping in mind that fact of we have FOMC later today and we have earnings after hours. There might be just less movement since yesterday was a larger day also. And it feels like, you know, this data didn't do much. So why would any of the, if we have, what do we have left today? We have like orange folder pending home sales at 10 a.m. before, which I don't really, it might inject some volatility into the marketplace, but I would probably just go for smaller size today, and go for about those easy trades where I just like I did on Monday essentially, because I think market might be waiting for FOMC statement release and more importantly earnings after hours, because I don't know what much Powell is going to say that could surprise us right now, but yeah, but like tech, if we don't grow as much as expected or whatever it is, if they don't beat it by enough, because they're always beating earnings for the most part. These big, huge tech companies. I think I saw something like Mark Zuckerberg offered like a software engineer a package of like $1.2 billion to come onto his team for AI. Like this is crazy for this AI market share that's going on. But essentially I'd prefer that. Yeah, I'd prefer that at the open for me to look for shorts. We sweep some pre-market high. The thing is, 4 hour, we already kind of did that. But we didn't retrace into 50% of this range. So I think that we could come back again. And if we come into 530s, I would definitely look for some shorts. Other than that, I don't want to be really involved much in this kind of barcode that we've been developing since the London session. Yeah.
Yep. Couple things. Most of the companies have been beating, especially because when you go
Yeah.
back to where we were earlier this year, everyone lowered expectations for earnings. So now,
Yeah.
because of the possibility of what tariffs were going to be, right? So now you get in a situation where we're near, where we're on all-time highs, and you have all these companies reporting, and it's kind of like
Yeah.
a sweet spot moment. I mean, obviously they were all smart for pulling back what potential earnings were going to be. Now they're all coming in and beating. But the question is, are they going to be beating by enough, as everyone's going to talk about
Yeah.
on, in the media to sustain the rally? And I agree with you. I don't think Powell today. We'll see what he says in the presser. It could be somewhat exciting, but I agree with you. Meta, Microsoft on the close today, less liquidity moment coming off of FOMC. What do they really do? It's two major companies. I think that could spark something later today. Unfortunately, we might have to be waiting for that.
Yeah, totally. And on the daily, I mean, yeah, then I'd prefer us to, close below yesterday's low for more downside into the future. But until then, we're still in a range, like we're inside yesterday's range. We're having still like kind of a back and forth market. We had some sustained now 2 days down days. I don't know if there's going to be more follow through or not. I don't want to be selling in the middle of a range or near lows unless something changes and the market proves itself to me to show more continuation trades.
Yeah, watch the middle today, everyone. Watch the middle today. And also, we didn't mention 10:30 is crude oil numbers. If you're trading crude oil,
Totally.
on the verge of breaking out of where it's been over the last several weeks, really. Most of July has been in this range. The high was 69.65 coming in, and then it took out that high yesterday. And so now crude oil is breaking out from in the monthly highs, and that data comes out today. So that it could be in other places today, right? I mean, equities, I know we get so focused here. I know you
Totally.
mostly trade that. Gold's been moving quite a bit this morning. Euro, crude oil. I think that's where the action is going to be more today.
Totally. And I'll keep that in mind on my own stream. Maybe I'll take a look at gold and like crude oil and the others. If Nasdaq's just not behaving, I think the first 15 minutes kind of always tell the story. The first 30 minutes of the day, especially if there's a small range or if we're not doing much, it's like, okay, we're probably not going to have many a large range for the rest of the session, unless and like that was shown yesterday. Actually, we had such a huge volatile open and then a drop. So we had already had like a nice first 30 minutes of the day, and we had nice rest of the session as well. So I think that would be important to see. Maybe, like I said, I'm gonna look for that buy side, and we'll just look for some simple shorts. Other than that, I'm not really interested in longing too much in this market right now. Yeah. So, but yes, today's I think a stay small day for me. Because then I'll just wait until I think tomorrow and the rest of the week could be more interesting. We still have a lot more red folder news coming up, right, you guys? NFP on Friday.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, let's not forget about NFP on Friday as well.
Yeah. And just
Again,
wondering,
I'm going to
what's
say
the
last
poll
thing.
today?
Watch the bond market.
Sorry,
Oh, the
what's the
poll. You're right. Let's go there. Wow. 38% bullish, 37% bearish, 25% neutral. Pretty even across the board. I
Definitely a
mean,
difference.
expected. I think that's, again, the chat's smart.
Yeah, that's definitely a big difference from what we've had in the previous weeks, where it's mostly 50%, like 60% bullish. So there's a little bit change of sentiment. I mean, the chat is smart. I like our chat here, and they're very funny too.
Oh yeah, they're hilarious. I love the chat here is great. They always make me laugh. And again, coming into today, when you see this in the poll, 37%, 37%, 25%. Again, you have to come in and just temper expectations today. I said earlier, when I come into a trading day, I always look at what is the market environment? What is the market environment telling me? There's a lot of crosswinds today. We had a lot of stuff that came out earlier. We've got a lot of anticipation. There's going to be less liquidity in moments, right? And you always have to say, oh, is it me? Is it my strategy, or is it the market environment? So if you're struggling today, understand it's the market environment. Get better by becoming a better executor in this environment by watching, learning. You could be active in your mind. You don't have to be active in clicking. So wait for something really firm to come up. And if it falls into your lap, take it. As the pack says, I don't want it unless it's easy. So,
Totally.
yeah.
Yeah, that was
All
a
right,
really
we'll end it there, everybody. Tanya, great to have you as usual. Hit the like button for Tanya. She does stream with us live on the Open on Mondays, and she is doing market prep with me. I know you'll be small and smart today, Tanya, but have a great trading day.
Thank you, everybody. Good luck in good trading.
All right, everybody. Earlier this morning, we had, what did they call Pharm? Let's go back and look at what you guys called them on chat already. It was the Fairy Airy had a nickname. She called him the Tick Pimp, right? And, what a day for that to happen. Chat's always lively, and it's really lively on Wednesdays. Because as I said last week, it gets into like that NinjaTrader island where all of the people come to see our guy Kane, but he really comes in. People come in, and it's always like interesting to see all of the hitting on that goes on with Kane. But we always have fun. It's a great day to have him. Next up, it's Trade the Open with Trader Kane.
You're going to get people demanding that reality show, Deli.
It's coming. Listen, I'm bleeding it in. We got the Tick Pimp. We've got NinjaTrader Island. We've got Sugar Daddy Kane. Look at it's building. It's got its own momentum.
We're evolving. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. Excited to be able to see you next week. I know. When are you flying out to the U.S.?
Fly on Tuesday lunchtime. So I leave here early doors, and then I land around lunchtime. Yeah, and I'm there for a few days, and then I fly to New York and then Florida. And I think I'm going to come by Naples the week after. So you'll see me twice in 2 weeks.
Oh,
Lucky you.
Perfect. And if T Trades is in town, I'll get him that steak dinner.
Yeah,
it's got to happen at some point. I'm sure he's going to.
I think he's moving to Europe at this rate. This guy just doesn't want to leave. So we'll see.
Look, he's young, and he's making money. He's living the dream right now. You two are, you guys are living the dream right now. I could tell you at that age, I was doing a lot of similar stuff. So I get it and enjoy it because tomorrow, you're in your 40s. It happens quickly. So this morning, we had a bunch of data come out, and look, we were hoping it was going to be a little bit busier. It wasn't that busy. We had ADP, got the bond market moving a little bit to the downside. Then you had PCE, GDP, you had QRA, you had all these things come out. Markets kind of stabilized. Since then, it's kind of stalled. You get these Wednesdays that are day before Fed meetings, not the easiest in the world, especially with all the crosswinds we've had this morning. What's the mindset coming into today?
I think the reality is, right, is I don't really care about the Fed today. I'll go back to this, what we said when Trump did the whole tariff announcement after obviously the major announcement. What could Powell possibly tell us today in the actual number that we probably don't already know, unless there's a big surprise cut or a surprise rate hike, which, CME FedWatch says that's probably not going to happen. There's a 3% chance of a cut. So no one's really betting on a cut or a hike. So I kind of don't really expect any major thing with the number. The market's probably going to be bullish, as it always is when the number comes in as expected. I'd be shocked if it was bearish, considering the overall trend. Obviously, relatively big earnings week, especially today with mainly the Meta. I don't really care about Microsoft. I think that their earnings are always the same. So I know a lot of people do, but their earnings will come in strong. it'll be really upsetting for them if it isn't strong. But considering the leaps they're making in AI compared to everybody else, because they were so far behind, it's probably going to be good. And then Meta is obviously just strong. It's going to probably most likely come in strong. So I'm not sat here like expecting the world today. It's probably just a day that we need to get through, and then see the tailwind of it tomorrow. Right now, the overall chart, I mean, we got a good sell-off. Now we're just doing this, sideways, grindy, slow up movement. There's just no denying that dollar is strong right now. And, until we get a reason that it's not strong, I am just looking for a smaller rotation to the downside. I can't be a seller down here. I want to see some sort of rally that we can fade after the open, and then we can just sell it into the lunch hour and maybe get out of it before FOMC. But my expectations are low, so if we get something clean, it'll be nice, and if not, we won't touch it. And that's just how it is. That's just how you actually have to trade this market, because everyone can say it, but these days naturally are pretty slow. They won't give you much. There's the rare occasion they're stupidly clean and everyone gets left on the side. But for me, I don't really care about today too much. I just want to get through it, live through it, and catch the tailwind of it all, really.
And honestly, I think that's the attitude to have, because if you come into it with an aggressive attitude or an over anticipation, not good things are going to come of it. And I like the mindset too of fade in the rally. I think that, again, even though the bond market had a decent rally yesterday, it softened today. You got the dollar strong, and that's where we're seeing any sort of movement with the euro going down against the dollar. Gold has been continuing to get weakness, which should add some ceiling in the short term to equities. And it's like, again, equities, they defy gravity so many times, but in this instance, and this for what today is, I think it's the right move to be looking at selling into some rallies today.
Yeah, I would just like to see like a little leg up on both, basically all on risk assets, I guess. Gold probably is just gonna. I'm surprised what this gap up is in gold. I don't actually know what it is. I didn't look. I'm not a massive gold trader, so don't have my finger on the pulse with it. But this gap up is just screaming to me to be faded. I've just, especially with just dollar getting strong, like this is just I'll just be looking for sells off of this high and into some sort of 50% of this gap up, basically. I didn't look at it earlier, but you brought it up, so I did. And then for me, indices, I just want to see either a continuation out of here or a gap up that we can fade. Not a gap up, just a push up, sorry, that we can fade. I think this is a good high. I know that a lot of people are obviously saying the same, but it's just this crack in correlation between ES and NQ that gets me a little bit more excited. But the reality of that is that they're also correlating, they're decorrelating to the downside. NQ is trading a lot higher than ES right now. So hopefully FOMC can bring them back closer together and we can continue some sort of correction. I would like us to trade sub 23 into these like 22,800 levels, take out some of this, wipe out most of this move, and then continue. Just, sounds simple, but that's just how I trade.
Yep. All right. Well, I'll leave it to you from here. Everybody, go and check out what Kane is doing at the lab. It continues to grow. I see all the people coming in each and every week to the lab. I see more of them on X, and the fantastic job you guys are doing. I've had a chance to go in and see what they're doing in the lab. They do phenomenal work. Make sure you go and check out what he's doing there. Of course, follow my guy on X. And if you are going to be in Chicago, Kane and I are going to be there next week. We're going to be hanging out with Pax. We've got Stowe. Merritt's coming now. Many people from the NinjaTrader team. CME Group is now also co-sponsoring this with us. So CME Group, people from CME will be there. And so, yeah, it's going to be great. Talk with some real traders out there, and we're going to have fun. We'll put that link into the chat, so hopefully you can join us if you are going to be in Chicago. And last thing, hit the like button and hit the subscribe button. We're on our way to 150,000. We're going to be doing a lot of giveaways here on NinjaTrader Live, and we appreciate all of you guys being here with us and being here for my guy trader, Kane, today. Kane, have a great day, and I will see you soon, my brother.
Appreciate it, brother. See you next week. Chat, how are we? How is everybody? Yo, 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 yo. You gonna sell this today, chat? Raz, waiting to do nothing today. That's true, yeah. I'm having a good day, yeah. I woke up a bit late, but I also didn't sleep that great. So, I say a bit late, but pretty normal times. I'm good, I'm good. Oh, the gold change contract, that makes so much sense. Yeah. Don't even know why this is. Yeah. Why I did, yeah. I'm not a gold trader, so I don't know when the contract switches on this. This shouldn't, yeah, it's just a contract change. It's just selling off. You're right. I'm just rolling double, sell gold. Yeah, makes sense, makes sense. Why does it look like that though? Hmm. Yeah, I had the same thought. Yeah, I was really shocked. I was like, what is this? But yeah, gold is naturally quite weak right now. I marked out this higher time frame area that I was looking to sell and buy from. Just that basically just sell some sort of get into some sort of move off of these areas. But yeah, gold's weak. Just everything is risk. Everything that's not a dollar right now is getting crushed. 61 dead, 6B1 dead. Yen should be climbing. No, dead. So everything's just getting crushed. ICT outfit. I don't think ICT's been to the gym in it once in its life, so probably not. I'm going to the gym after the stream, so kill two birds with one stone, chat. We'll see. We'll see what comes off the open today. I really just would like to see us trade a little bit higher up into this 4-5 level, 23,545 in here. Strong high, 50% of this move. Wipe this out, get everyone a bit more bullish, send it into the low. Sounds like a plan. I agree. We shall see though. Cap and glasses is ICT. Jesus, chat. Let's just behave, yeah? Cap and glasses is ICT. It's crazy from you. Next, you'll be telling me because I wear shoes, I'm also trying to copy ICT. And because I live in a house and I drive a car, you lot just need a day off. That's what you lot need. What are the yellow boxes? The yellow boxes are just the open price, basically. The first 30 seconds. Yo, Kane, as a tall guy, what's the dream car? I mean, look, if you're above like 195, 6'3.5" or whatever it is, 196 is 6'4". Well, it's actually 6'3.5" again. Um, it's tough, right? It's just you don't fit in most supercars. So hypercars you typically do because they're just so low. But for me, I just love my G-Wagon, bro. Kind of. All right, guys. 63,920. 63,992, sorry. Oh, down here. Yeah, maybe we'll see, right? Maybach when he's 40s? Nah. When I'm 40s, I'll probably just drive an S-Class. I mean, if you guys have never really driven like an S-Class, that's comfy. I don't need a Maybach. Give me a nice S-Class and a driver. I could do that tomorrow, to be honest. I just don't go anywhere. So, and if I do go, I don't go in a car, I go in a plane. Do you know what I mean? It's the truth. I just don't stay here that often. So but we've been locked in. You have an S-Class? Yeah, they're fun. Well, they're fun, they're comfy. It's probably all one needs is an M3 competition. Yeah, once you've had it, right? It's just like any car, chat. Oh, it's just cars are cars. Honestly, I'm not really that interested in cars anymore. I like my Brabus. That's it. Don't need something flashy. I thought about a 720S. I've thought about, a Revelto. I've thought about them all. It's just, what does it do for me? Like realistically, nothing. How tall am I horizontally? Selling it. Crazy. Sports cars suck, yeah. Like the M3 seats, like the carbon seats, if you're tall, they're not comfy. Or you're a bit bigger, like thicker set, they're not comfy. They're selling it, chats. Oh no. Cars are just appreciating assets. Yeah, true. Thank you, reversal from 23.54, 5425. Yeah, I mean, this is exactly where I'd want it. This is an hourly gap as well. Oh, look, yeah. It just happens to be this first 15-minute high in discount for me. This little truck. Yeah. Honestly, though, the good thing about the wagon is if I was to get into a really serious car crash, I'm just gonna live. You know what I mean? That thing's unbreakable, right? I sold it out on ES, breaking below the opening range. Thank you for holding though. We'll see, chat. We'll see. Remember, it's FOMC today. Like, typically, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but everyone says this. FOMCs are just bad days for me. Not because I've had big losers or big winners on it. Doesn't really do much to FOMC. It just slowly grinds in one direction, or just doesn't do anything. And those market conditions just suck for my patience. Azad, it's different when you're 19, bro. I'm 31. Yeah. If you were to ask me at 18, if I could go back to being 18 and driving a Ferrari or, a very nice sports car, hey, look, if if I have a son one day and he makes enough money to want to buy a Lamborghini at 19 and it's a reckless decision, I'm gonna let him do it, bro. Like, you're only 19 driving a Ferrari once, you know, the end. But they asked me, you know what I mean? The GT3 RS is nice, right? Of course it is. But also, I can't drive that car anywhere in London. Like, that's nice. Yeah, they're selling it. Oh, it's gonna be rough. Interesting. Held it, sold it right out of here. Bang. I bought a 1500 horsepower, 38-foot go fast dog at your age. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I think my next big purchase, chat, if life goes to plan, I'll buy a plane. That's what I'll buy. That'll save me money. Because the amount I spend on flights right now is silly. Are you from London? Yeah, I live just outside of London. My fave is my 1 Series lander, my Series 1 landing. Yeah, fair. What's your schedule like living and trading in the UK? London opens about 8, so up before 8, shower at the charts, look at it, nothing appears, go gym, and then yeah. But the thing is it works out cheaper to rent, but that's cool. But then when I'm not flying it, I can rent it out, right? So that would be the plan. Ooh, buy some nice art on a credit card with flight miles, sell the art in a few years, and fly for free for the rest of your life. Yeah, true. Sounds unethical though. I have a lot of points, chat. I have a lot of like miles and stuff like that, but I like collecting them. I want to do like some massive trip one day and not spend a penny, you know? Favorite holiday? Um, Depends what you want to do, really. Like just to relax. Uh, I mean, you probably can't beat like Hawaii, Maldives, those sorts of holidays, right? I've actually never been, but yeah. But I'm going to Maldives for my birthday this year. Come on, buy it up, buy it up. Cool. The sellers are in disbelief. They can't believe it. I can. Don't do Bali. Yeah, I don't want to do Bali. I don't really fall for these like this Instagram hype of Bali. I think it's bullshit. A couple of my friends, well, say friends, a couple of people I know that live in Bali, and they just say it's not all it's cracked up to be. But I'm sure some people love it. Anyway, let's get into this 23,542. Oh, actually, just do 23,550s. Just do that. Um, am I bearish or am I bullish? I'm actually bullish, but I want to see higher for lower. Like I'm never one of these people that just wants to see lower. Yeah, yeah, just send it lower because if we open up down here and we send it lower, I'm stuck looking at this all day to frame some sort of reversal into 50%. So I would like to see higher into a higher time frame, 50% to send lower. But I'm a contrarian. Just like to fade other people. Selling 550s? Yeah, makes sense. Sell yes, maybe. How many times have I traded today? I traded once, actually sold this high. And I bought it back at midnight, covered at midnight. So yeah, sold it into this high here. And just covered it right here. And it died off without me. So we'll see. Maybe 540s. Yeah, 540 to 550s. That area. We'll just sell that today. We'll sell it and, in the words of Pharm, we'll pray we don't hit the margin call. It's tough day, yeah. Well, we wouldn't trade 9 a.m., right? We trade 10, so we have to sit around for 20 minutes and do nothing. Nothing. Layer micros. Yeah, just layer micros between now and all-time high and pray. That sounds like a strategy, PG. I'm gonna do that. How many micros should we sell every 10 points? Is this guy a noob? Yes, bro. Yeah. My first time even looking at a chart. Chat, what's the black candles do? Do I care about 10 a.m. news? What is news today? I forgot. I looked this morning, wrote it down and forgot. I think the short answer is probably no today. Oh, there's no 10 a.m. news. That'd be why I forgot. They go down. Nah, Leo, that's a lie. Don't listen to Leo. Leo's just lying to me and you, chat. He's trying to he's trying to hold you back. Horrible behavior from you, Mr. Tiger. What do I eat for breakfast? Do you know what? Today I had Cheerios, probably the most unhealthy breakfast in the world, but I was hungry and I didn't have anything else and I couldn't be asked to go out and get something. No, I don't really care about any orange nudes. It's made from oats, not too bad. Thanks, mate. It was the honey ones though, so it's probably 10 times worse. Um, yeah, typically I'm not a big breakfast person, but I was starving this morning, chat. It's tough. Didn't sleep well. And when I don't sleep well, I feel like my body just churns through food. You had listen, honey Cheerios is the breakfast of a champion, Ocean. So me and you, we're gonna make it. Everyone else that didn't have that today, they're not gonna make it. Can I briefly go over the trade I took at midnight? Sure. Here, this is 9:55. So it's a 15-minute high right here. We get this SMT, and then this obviously pushes up, takes that high. The moment we close through this with this SMT, I didn't take it here because for me this is just horrible. I could have taken it here. I would have not got stopped, so it doesn't really matter. But basically after this closure, sold here, stop above here, TP here. So just call this, I guess, cliff. Some people would call it, whatever. First time you disagree with me, that ain't a breakfast. Yeah, I mean, of course it's not a breakfast, but I was just hungry. I just don't really eat. Uh, I just don't really eat breakfast a whole bunch. If we not really, because for example, say we just rally up to here, we take this, and there is just a gap here. At 10 o'clock, I'm expecting this, and then whatever this is to play. Right. So no. And why don't I do that? I always wait for the 4-hour candles. Why is that? Do I take zinc? I don't actually. There's a reason I don't take a lot of things though. I'm on a bit of a journey with my supplements, my health, my skin. And right now I just have to be very strict with what I do and don't take. Well, people have been copy trading this channel. Okay, well, one thing is I would recommend you never do that. How's my protein intake? Pretty high. It's probably not optimal again. I'm kind of flexible with my diet, but consolidations hand. SMT ready. How do you handle not making money every week as a trader? It's obviously not easy, in complete honest. So it's pretty hard, like from an emotional standpoint, because when you're relying on it to pay your bills, but then I just remember the months or the weeks that I had nothing but winners, and I got paid more than I ever needed to in those weeks. So it's just about offsetting losers and winners against each other over a period of time, right? It's you can't just suddenly get upset because you're losing on a Wednesday, you know? I trade about 3 models depending, and then I just adjust them specifically for sessions. Like the main session I trade is a New York session, namely like 10 to 11, 2 till 3. Those are the main hours I trade. But then I also trade 3 till 5. And obviously today, 7 for well-known reason. This move just felt very clean to me. Just pull back. I might see some pullback into here and a drive higher. So we'll see. Yeah, they're really not wanting to let this to go. Why do I wait for 10 to trade? Um, what happens at 10 o'clock? We went over this a couple of weeks ago. Does anyone care to tell Justin what happens at 10 o'clock? Typically on the for SMT, like depends on the trade or what I'm setting up. So like here, this is sub 1 minute. Love my accent. Take me on a date first. Come on. Um, okay, so we get a 4-hour open, but what do we also get? what do we also get at 10 a.m.? What time frame opens at 10 a.m.? So we get 4 hour, we obviously get an hour. What else do we get? All of them open, other than everything above the 4 hour. So we don't get a new daily, we don't get a new 12 hour. Actually, I think we may get a new 12 hour. No, we don't. So we get all of the time frames below the 4 hour open at 10 a.m. The 1 minute, the 3 minute, the 5 minute, all of them open there. So if I want to be positioned in a trade, let's just open up the 4 hour chart. Yeah. If you want to be positioned in this cell in here, yeah. How could you do that? Well, at 6 o'clock at the 4 hour open, you're looking for price to trade higher so you can position in that and then sell lower. So you go to the hourly, 6 opens up. You could probably got baited in here. This was 9, trade a lot higher, close below, 10 a.m. opens, 10 a.m. is set to expand lower. So it's your job to get positioned in this wick. Do that on the hourly at 9, 9:30. The 5 minute opens, indecision up here, no candle. Go down to the 1 minute. So your job yesterday was just to try and find a sell in this area off of the open, right? From over here, 4 hour wick, hourly wick. If you're wrong after some of this pullback and it trades higher, you're wrong. The end. Move on. You have a new candle at 10 a.m. Trade it then. So that's why I typically trade these 4 hour opens, because I'm able to be in the open high, low close of the higher time frame candle, and I'm also able to use that to. Oh, we're rallying a little bit. Let's go. To then get positioned in as many of them as possible, which allows me to go to a lower time frame to frame that. What the fuck is a market maker sell model? New 1 minute candle, all of them. Are you trading, pal? I am going to trade today, Khan. I just want to see this higher taken, and I'm not eager to push the button. It has to be clean. For London, would you use a new 1 hour open? So I like to fade the first hour of the 4 a.m. The 2 a.m. candle. So 2 till 3, I like to fade. 3 o'clock, I want to see the manipulation, set the wick of the 4 hour, and then I want to see that continue. Yeah, trading's 50-50. Just flip a coin, do what you want to do. There's no way to probably, layer in probabilistic factors that make it some sort of edge. Anyone that tells you they've got an edge is a liar by the definition of 50-50, I guess. How much did you make from trading when you decided to go full time? Sold 525, easy money. Wow, fair enough, my boy. Let's go. Killer. That was a trading markets. That was a very nice sell. Almost top tick. Someone read your message and was like, I'm going for that, and sent it. I actually didn't, up until like 2-3 years ago, I always did something outside of trading. And then just made the full jump. Most real edges are probably illegal. You can make big money from prop firms with 50% win rate. 1-to-1 R trades. Sure. I mean, yeah, because that's the math, right? Costs you $60 to buy an account. You do 50% 1-to-1 R, go on a 3 winning streak, withdraw the lot, you're up 60 to $6,000. I don't know, whatever. Makes sense. 7 a.m. SMT, shout out. Yeah, this sold all the way up. Yes. I don't know, chat. I think we could still go a little bit higher. The thing about this is there's a lot of indecision in the market, right? What can we notice about the last 2 4 hour candles that kind of give us a lot of indecision? Anyone want to tell me, what do they do that makes some indecision candles in my book? Do you really want to be just enough profitable to have positive expectancy, or do you want a very high profitability? I mean, it depends, right? Like, what does the data say? And I always to go back to the data. What does your data say on the model? Look, I could go on a 100% win streak over 5 days. Doesn't mean that it's going to win every day for the rest of my life. Yeah, they both took highs and lows. So the 4 hour candles took the high, took the low, took the high, took the low, right? So took the low, took the high, took the low, took the high. It's just range, 4 hour range, indecision. So we just have to do it. But this sell up here, 525, was a really nice sell, whoever sold that. Good job. And you close 488, banger. Let's hope it rallies now for both of us, yeah? So that you feel like a hero for closing. So I think it's a nice trade. Can we meet you if we visit London? Probably not, chat. Like, I know that sounds probably a bit shitty. But if I agreed to meet up with everybody that wanted to meet up with me, I would spend all day meeting up with everybody. If we're at the same event or I'm in an area and you want to grab coffee with me, like whatever, not a problem. But like when I'm at home, it's really hard because I have a whole routine. So yeah, it's difficult. He's trying to buy me dinner. They are trying to buy me dinner. I can buy myself dinner. I appreciate the offer though. I genuinely do. And I actually love the support. It's just when I'm at home, it's really hard because I have a full routine that I stick to when I'm here to keep me on track. It's too risky to re-up with randoms on the internet. Oh, really? I mean, especially not in my home city, I feel very comfortable. Unless they're cute. Yeah, unless they're cute. Paddle is a part of the routine. 1080 lambs in here watching. When you were creating your model, did you backtest it and how far in years you went back? Yeah, I mean, look, my model came from where does the market typically reverse from? 4 hour highs and lows. Okay, so what characteristic do all of these share? How can I layer that out? What gives me the criteria for if X does Y, how can I enter? Where do I target? And then I extrapolate all of those options out and backtest them and realize that, okay, they all have a similar win percentage because they're all trading the same thing. Then I have a criteria for getting in and out of trades, right? Am I a bull or a bear? I'm what today? I'm a bit both. I'm a pig today. Do you know what they say? Bulls and bears are bullish and bearish, and pigs try and time the market. Well, I'm a pig naturally because I try and time the market all the time. So yeah. 50 minute looks so ugly. They're just buying it out of 48 fives, selling it out of 500s, 520s. I mean, look at this, right? If you would have just bought this level and sold this level, you'd be chilling right now. Buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy. Do I stream every day? No, I don't stream Mondays and Fridays, but I might change that soon. Just because I might. By the way, stop skinning cats, bro. There's a million ways to skin the cat, yeah. Sorry, bro. I won't skin any more cats. Millionaire. Where do I stream apart from NinjaTrader? On Tuesdays and Thursdays, I stream inside the lab, which is just my community. My average RR, it's around 1.5 to 2, 2.5, like in that area. We need some London session streams in the lab. Yeah, at the moment, I'm grinding, locked in. locked in, some people say like you shouldn't use the term locked in, it shows you have no choice. No, like, I love that shit, I love it. I love it. Chat, we need more likes though. We're on 260 likes. We got 1.1K viewers. The likes mean a ton to the back end team that put a bunch of effort into the stream. So if you don't do it for me, do it for them. They grind consistently to make sure the stream runs smoothly. So just do it for them, please. Appreciate that. Equal lows. I think equal lows are a scam. I guess like actual like tick equal lows like this, they're a scam. Do it for Tracy. I do it for. There's so many people that behind the scenes that you don't get to see and hear every day that put a ton of effort into this. So do it for them. Do I trade macros? Yeah, I trade the 4 hour highs and lows. Of course, I trade macros. The way that you know it. Excited to see you in Chicago meet up. Appreciate that. I'm excited to meet you as well. Have you taken the time to test 6 hour candles? Well, they seem more influential than 4. Well, I'll ruin someone's day, but 7 hour candles are better than all of them, to what I understand. But again, I think this is just coping, right? A little bit. Because the lows are just typically 4 hour lows on a 7 hour chart. It's just 7 hours happens prior and they're able to mark the session. So it's like Asia expanded, London consolidated, then what? You should write a book called Logical Liquidity Target. Yeah, I struggle writing things down though. 6 hour because of quarterly theory. Yeah, I think quarterly theory is a scam. I think a lot's a scam in this industry, so apologies, but yeah. Did I understand correctly that you stream Tuesdays and Thursdays on Streamlabs? No, I stream Tuesdays and Thursdays inside of my community, The Lab. Candles are a scam. Probably, Josh. You're probably right. I know a lot of people that make way better money than me trading the DOM, trading line charts. There's as to make Khan happy, there's 1,000,001 ways to make money in this market, doing different things for different reasons for the same outcome. No one's right, no one's wrong. As long as you make money, nothing else matters. No cats. Khan told me that we need to stop skinning cats. So we're not skinning the cat. Today we're skinning Q. Tell present market conditions, bro. Listen, Prophet, the 100K to 1.5 mil, right? Like, you have to understand something that context really matters here, because January 2025 was probably the most profitable period of time for my model, and it just happened to be during the challenge. Like, if you go back and look at 10 a.m. during 2025, you will notice that 10 a.m. pretty much open high closed and open high low close consistently for 20 days. And for 21 of those days, I made money. And I just consistently bet more throughout and, made 10, 15, 20K, whatever. I can't remember exactly how much it was. Use 10 of it in the next trade. Make 30, use 15 of it. I just consistently put my foot down on the risk. I think Trump here has been more difficult. I mean, look, tariffs have made this incredibly difficult, right? Tell me a market that sells 25% off the low to 2 months later being above the high. That's just crazy. It's unheard of. This is like a COVID crash, right? 25% drop to a 40% rally. Lovely. Day trader's worst nightmare. I'm sure a lot of people made money off of it, but for me, I found it hard. Especially the infinite bid up, right? too much liquidity in the market for them to keep tanking. Sure. I mean, logically, that makes sense. Mathematically, that doesn't, but yeah. Listen, if this crash like this taught us one thing, what was it? When the indices drop 20%, it's a good time to buy. Yeah. We're in this range. Looks like we're just going to be in this range all day. We've still got 7 trillion sat in money market funds. Kane, you took a trade today. Was there some sort of swing? Yeah, everything is 4-hour hourly. So everything is 4-hour hourly. Don't diddle in the middle. Exactly, Ma. We don't diddle in the middle. Is my model 1-hour sweep near 4-hour open and 5-minute imbalance? No. It's I combine the 4-hour and the hourly to trade the open high or the open low and then back into the range. It only took $20 trillion to prop it. It's now worth more, right? Yeah, exactly. The debt bubble will burst one day. Hopefully, it's not in our lifetime. Or hopefully, it is, and our kids get a better, they get to ride it out. But the history of these things repeat itself. The bubbles upon bubbles. I'm interested to see if the AI bubble will burst at some point. I mean, look, there is definitely a bubble, right? I mean, Tanya mentioned it, but Mark Zuckerberg offered one of the lead OpenAI guys $1 billion to join the Meta AI division. That's crazy, guys. You're getting offered $1 billion contract just to go and work for someone else. That's like saying 1950. I'm interested to see if the internet bubble bursts. Yeah, I don't know if you were there, but in the dot-com era, like it quite literally burst. That's so. I wasn't, but he declined. Yeah. I mean, 100 mil. Like, I don't think you were like. Don't think a lot of people realize like 100 mil is like kids, life-changing money. Like your generation, your bloodline changes at that point, right? It's crazy. It's so much money. You got killed back then, yeah. And that's the thing, is like during the dot com bubble, like everyone thought it couldn't go bang because the internet was just up and coming, right? And it was what it was. I wasn't there, like I said, I'm too young for that, but it doesn't seem like a bubble if you think basketball players get $500 million contracts. Yeah, the difference is though is that there's how many players in a basketball team and how many basketball teams, and that's like the top 1 percentile of that, right? I worked in big tech for a long time. I can tell you $1 billion contract is quite literally unheard of. That's like equity level like pay. That's like you jumping from going into a company 20 years deep and being able to invest in them at the start. It's crazy. It's crazy numbers, chat. So yeah, so I don't know. Again, the whole thing about bubbles is that people argue on the fact whether they exist or not, right? And we're just kind of proving the fact that it could be a bubble here by arguing on that. Zucker Quant is never wrong. Yeah, I think he's been wrong many a times now. Done some smart things, obviously. It's made him a billionaire many times over, but shouldn't that $1 billion contract show us how big AI is expected to be? Sure, I agree. It should, yeah. And look, I don't think that, look, AI obviously has a real life use case, right? Like, don't get me wrong, it does. AI is unbelievable. Like, I mean, it's made my life easier. Even on the smaller levels, my buddy has a mobile game startup. They raised maybe 500K initially. Now they literally just started adding the word AI to stuff, and their new round is closing in like 30x. See, that's quite literally the bubble effect, right? The thing is, right, and this is one thing that a lot of people have to understand, is right now there is so much money being thrown at AI companies. At some point, they are going to be expected to turn a profit. And if they can't, they'll be squeezed to the point that they dissolve them and they go bankrupt. And that's when the bubble effect kicks in. And like scale kills all of this stuff, right? You had a very bad performance this month. I mean, look, I personally like the markets, but again, asking me, is it bad? Is it you or is it the market? I don't know enough about you to say, yeah, your model was fine this month and you just sucked at it, or your model was bad in the current market conditions. So I don't know. Can you explain better the thing about making profit for them? I don't really understand the question, Matteo. But bro, like this comment saying the thing about AI is not many people are in it. There are 5,000 people working for OpenAI right now. That's so many people, by the way. I missed that 30-second long. No, I didn't. There's nothing here. I can tell you that for free. There's nothing here because I can tell you now the indicator would just tell me if it was. But I can also know we're not trading below this low, so this is irrelevant. We don't diddle in the middle, remember? I mean, guys, look, the things that are achievable with AI now is outrageous, right? Like, it's definitely an adapt or die thing. But I do think that there are companies out there that will not live through the next 5 years that are creating something AI related. Scale is just such a hard thing. I agree with you, Pixel. I 100% agree with you. But like, let's not let's not say like a company not doing something like driving value or doing something can't just lie about that and employ 10,000 people because they can, and history tells us they can. I mean, at its peak, let's Google it. How many people worked at Enron at its peak? 20,000 people. This company was quite literally a Ponzi. It did nothing. It employed 20,000 people. So like, yeah, since since we're not talking watches today, now do WorldCom. Um, my thoughts on Apex. WorldCom employed 88,000 people in July of 2022. And so Richie's got golden mate. It's just the color. It's just the color. So yeah, so like there's just company like the thing is like there's definitely some sort of bubble going on. Whether it's a debt bubble, whether it's a housing bubble, there is a bubble that's the market is just so propped up on something. And it's AI is maybe it right now. Because like someone pointed out, there are companies out there that are doing things that real life companies do, like making games, and they just say we're doing it with AI, and then they print 30x their round. I could just say, yeah, we've got an AI quant in the background that's trading NASDAQ, and it made $1 million in January. We're raising capital and we've raised $1 billion, and it's just me in my bedroom, you know? It's just silly. You giggle a little at those who don't remember what the internet bubble was like. Just me and ChatGPT printing millions off of the back of, yeah. Yeah, see, toothbrush. There's just the AI thing's going a bit out of control. There's obviously good things about AI. It's helped me a tremendous amount. I mean, I just speak to ChatGPT off my phone now. Hey, what's this? When I need an answer. Hey, this is the answer. It's replacing Google for me. I need to, I need to do something. I always ask AI first. So anyway, what was the question? There was a question about Apex. Sorry. Look, I think all prop firms serve a good purpose in this market environment. All right, you have cap downside. Some have limited upside. Some don't have limited upside. The reality is that most of these firms don't want to see you in, regardless of, whether that's in the challenge phase, the funded stage, etc. I want to see firms pivot towards allowing you to scale into a live environment to prove that you're good at trading and then help you scale up. I think that last factor right now is the missing piece in this space. When someone does that, they'll have my full endorsement, They use Grok for every search now. I think Grok's better than ChatGPT. I just want them to come out with the actual API. Thoughts on top three? More on that next week. We'll talk about that next week. I'm not talking about it today. Talk about my longest winning streak, couple of months, losing streak, 15 days, 16 days. But again, that's probably just me, right? I'm playing bad. Midnight holding. Midnight's just kind of held pretty much all day. Deviation, deviation. We're just ranging, chat. We're just ranging. It's kind of silly right now. When are we getting lab trading? Lab trading exists. You mean lab capital. Lab capital is not what most people think it is. So apologies, chat. Apologies. Right, guys, we got let me refresh the stream. We got 351 likes. Yeah, 351 likes. We need to get those numbers up. We're at 1.1k people still. I asked last time, we got 100 likes. We need to get that number up to 500 at least. Am I here on Friday? It's crazy. I am here on Friday. I will be streaming here on Friday with Leo and Chris. And you guys should definitely tune in on that. On NinjaTrader. Yeah, me and Orderflow Labs, Leo, myself, and Chris from Trading Boxes. Chris, are going to be here on Friday for a triple threat stream. Crazy times. I don't know what Sarah's doing. I hope she's okay. I don't actually know why she's away. But yeah. am I friends with Tom Dante? I've actually never met Tom. We've been trying to arrange to meet up for a beer for a while now. Our schedules keep clashing, but he's a legend, right? He's just a legend in the game. How did I meet T Trades? Just I just met him one day. Met him up. I met him at I met him at a mutual's friend's house, and actually he FaceTimed me one day, and I didn't know who the hell he was because obviously I didn't know what he looked like. And we were talking, and then I was like, "Yo, I don't mean to be rude, but who are you?" And he was like, "Oh," and then he did the, "Hey, what's going on, everyone? How's it going?" Like his little YouTube intro, and I was like, "Damn, it's you!" So yeah, it was funny. It was really funny, and then we just become really good friends since. We all want to see what he looks like, right? That's what we really want to see. We want to see the goods. Core chat, we have gone nowhere. We have gone nowhere. Kind of expected, I guess. How's it going, everyone? Yeah, exactly. Josh knows. Is Delhi doing a podcast? Delhi is doing a video with Sharp Fanatics. It's done. I think it's coming out soon, actually. Gold small bounce. I'm not really interested. Market is just consolidating till 2 p.m. Yeah, I know. I know. And then I bought a T-Trader house. I didn't buy a T-Trader house. That was a lie. Sorry, chat. That was a lie. I did not buy a T-Trader house. Are you still using the lab model? I'd hope so. Fixes up, weak bank, dollars floating. Yeah, it's definitely looking a bit sus, isn't it, Kirk? What's the best area in Cape Town? Sea Point, Green Point. Green Point's a bit touch and go because it's, Um, Camps Bay. Camps Bay is probably the best. It's just a bit windy. That's the only thing. Yeah, sure, surely, yeah, you can bother me inside the lab. Just message away, bro, and tag me. Is there a way you can read or see my trading method? Personally, there is a video on YouTube by Chart Fanatics that goes over my full strategy, or at least the framework for the strategy. That is probably a really good way to understand my strategy. Thanks, Jill. Appreciate you. What's the bias? Yeah, consolidation, Sheena. Favorite spot to eat in London? Depends. Tell me the cuisine and I'll tell you the restaurant. Hello from Miami, first time here. Kirk, coming. I'm going to be in Miami in a couple of weeks. How's the weather? Hope it's well. Favorite video game of all time? Zelda Ocarina of Time. Go game. Go game. Miami's rainy. Damn. Curry. 97 in Florida. Okay. Steak, 100% beast in London. Crazy. If Delhi's in the chat, I told him to go to Steak. He can give you to Beast. He can give you the he can give you the honest review. I think it's the best steakhouse in London. Crazy. Sushi, controversial opinion. I actually think the Sticks and Sushi is actually one of the best sushi. And it's a chain. So I think it's good. The one in Piccadilly is great. And then what was the other one? Burger. Oh, that's tough. That is. Yeah, I don't know. There's so many. But I'd never actually ever go to a restaurant to get a burger. Like I would go to a restaurant if I don't like anything, or I would get a burger, but I wouldn't go there for a burger specifically. T-bone at Beast. Oh, who has anyone been to Beast? Is anyone here from London and been to Beast? Oh, crazy. I need to go soon. Italian, controversial opinion, but nothing beats a small authentic Italian run restaurant, small Italian family. Nothing beats that. Nothing beats it. I've got one just in the little town I live in. Got literally a couple of towns over. Oh, goated. Goated. If I continue to this, yeah, I'll stop at all the restaurants on the way to the gym. Your restaurant's 100% Italian. Amelia, great job. $500 in this chop is a winner. So absolute amazing day. I'm trying to be super patient right now. We obviously rallied below the opening range, rallied above, now buying back out of it. We'll see. I want to, like I said, I'm sticking to, I want to sell 540s ish. Fratelli's and Amtils, you mean, Kane? It's actually not that one, Harvey. That is not the one. But Fratelli's and Amtil is really good. It is really good. It's crazy you know where I live. That's crazy. Um have I tried Indian food? Of course, bro. Some really good Italian Indian restaurants in London. But again, I'm not a massive like Indian cuisine person. I don't support Arsenal, can sorry. My family and all my friends are big Chelsea fans. So Greek food, oh, I don't know. I'm a bit stuck on Greek food because I think the Greek um um the Greek food in Greece is obviously just great. In Saint-Tropez, Opa in Saint-Tropez is really nice. You saw my car in Silso the other day. That's hilarious. I was really coming back from the airport. It's the only time I go through Silso. It's funny though. The amount of people that have messaged me, like I was driving through Piccadilly the other day and a cab driver beeped at me and he goes, messaged me on Instagram, "Hey Kane, I just saw you driving to Piccadilly. Do you need a lift or something?" It's so funny. What about Chinese food? I'm not, again, I don't really go out to eat. Yeah, Tom, this market's tough, bro, right now, especially like we're just consolidating. We don't trade consolidating markets. When it's a range, we just ignore everything else and trade the range, right? So, what have I eaten at Beast, bro? I've eaten and drunk that restaurant dry. They've got really good wine collection, and the menu is just great. Anyway, chat, we're talking about food non-stop. I'm getting hungry. Let's get to 500 likes. We're rallying finally. ES is kind of just breaking out of its little consolidation. Um, no, I'm not showing my vape. Sorry. Yeah, let's get some more likes on the stream. And then hopefully by the time we like the stream, we hit the like target, we're going to get up into this hourly high and we can look to sell this. Right now, the 4 hour candle is just an inside bar. Where do I normally go break even? So if I normally try and get positioned in a 15-minute candle inside of a 4 hour high and low or low. So with that in mind, typically I go break even on the other side of that 15-minute candle or the next 15-minute candle. Guys, I'm just going to turn my AC on. I hope it isn't too loud, but it is really starting to heat up in here because yeah, it just is. So I'm just going to turn the AC on. Hopefully you can't hear that. It should get very cold very quickly and I'll be able to turn it off. But yeah. Hey, you guys are making me hungry as well, Scott. Oh, they're really running it. I think you're using my headphone mic. Oh, let me change that. I think I might be today. You're right, I am. Let me change that. Is that better? That should be a lot better. Let me know if you can't hear me. Yeah. Wow, why did no one tell me this? Guys. I'm upset with everyone now. Ruin my day. Did I just buy a new mic? Yeah, it just arrived. Yeah. Sounds like you jumped into my ear. Sorry. ES trading, they've got the opposite side now. ES failed to trade up here. Now ES is up here. I still would want to see this rally. This is my high that I'm interested in. I'm interested in the same high on ES if we get there, but I don't think we're gonna get there. These are the highs I'm interested in right now. Right now, we're just still trading inside this range. Very boring, but it's just whatever. Can't hear the AC, all good. Perfect. We can leave it on. Can you say the name of the person that has a good example of my strategy? Me. Diet Coke, sir, less sugar. This is Coke Zero, bro. This has zero carbs, zero sugar. Just everything inside of it is obviously crap for you. So it's regular. There you go. It's zero. When paddle in Marbella. Um, yeah, I'm not a massive Marbella fan. I'm going to be in Chicago until the evening of the 6th, maybe the morning of the 7th. So if anyone's in Chicago, maybe we can get a paddle game in after on the afternoon of the 6th. We'll see. Juice flavor, lemon and lime. Market is telling you to get out and come back at 2 p.m. I think the market's telling a lot of people that right now. Yeah. You just booked your ticket to Chicago from New York. Yeah, come hang out with us, chat. If you're going to be in Chicago or you want to get a quick flight in, everyone's welcome. Drinks and food are paid for. The $5 entry fee goes to charity. Good day. A few of us will hang around for a fair while. So, pickleball. Nice paddle. Paddle's in the glass, right? Free bar. Isaac, it's a free bar. And if they tell you to slow down, I'll cover your drinks. Why did I choose Apex over Top Step? Why did I choose Apex over Top Step? It was quite obvious. The 20 accounts were a massive attracting thing. And Top Step's rules aren't as good as everyone thinks when you compare it to everyone else. I'm trying to be diplomatic here because I don't want to upset too many people. T-shirt, shades, cap are stolen from ICT. Sure, brother. If you can tell me the brand of this hat, I'll never wear a hat again. No, you tell me what the brand is, and I'll never wear a hat again. Show it closer. I mean, you can just ask. I should ask ICT. New Balance. So none of you guys got it right. One person got it right, but this person is clearly a long time viewer because he he even has the letters to the T. Yeah, exactly. It's New Balance 8 million Dior collab. I bet literally like 99% of people in here don't know about 8 million Dior. And that's fine. But I know who doesn't know about it, and it's ICT. Trade for a living. Where are you based, bro? I get invited to all of the VIP 8 million Dior events. I spend so much money with them, I just get invited. I can, like, every time they release like one of these limited edition jackets, if you ever want one, message me and I can get you a spot. They don't have a store there, so it sucks. I think. Bro, tell something about ICT. Bro, what? Do you fancy this guy or something? Like this guy, you're just non-stop bringing this guy up, trying to bait me into something. Yeah, I know. Come on, just rally out of here. Give us something, NQ. I'm not in any positions, no, nothing. Bro's in love with ICT. He is, yeah. Anyway, I probably missed some questions in that. So anyone, or what did some people say? Just re-ask and I'll answer. I would like them to rally this a little bit. Adidas. Yeah, nothing till FMC madness later. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I'll sell this if we get it up there, but obviously with confirmation. On ES, 64 to 420, basically. Not 420, but 424. They're about to sell this out of 420s, aren't they? When you get a large payout from Apex, they still let you trade. No, they don't. They may have changed that now, but I didn't get the option. So anyway, let's get back to actually the question that people asked, right? Why did I choose to trade Apex over Top Step? Well, the reality is that Apex allowed me to trade 20 accounts. Top Step trade allowed me to trade 3. The opportunity to earn at Top Step was a lot better. The rules were a lot worse, granted, but Top Step's scalability and payout was just crap. Just call it what it is, right? You could trade for 5 days, $150 a day, and get paid 50% of what you make, or you trade for 30 days and get 90% of what you make. But the reality is everybody that I knew that had traded for 25 days consistently got moved to live before they could take the payout. And moving you to live is actually just a way of saying, we don't want to pay you all this money. Let's put it in a live brokerage, and then you can trade it, and you can then follow our daily loss limit, all of these other things. And it's like, that's not interesting to me. I want to be able to take the money, trade it, deposit it with a broker, and then I trade it the way I want to trade it. You keep your 10% of the money we make, and I'll take mine, and that's it. Do you know someone involved with ALD brand? No, I just spent so much money on their stuff, bro. So I get like all of their stuff. So like, if anyone here wants ALD stuff, drop me a message on Twitter. I get all of the drop releases early. I get like private links, everything, and you can just buy. So But look, Apex have intraday trading drawdown, which sucks for 99% of people, and Top Step have end of day drawdown, which is great for most people. However, there are companies out there that just beat Top Step in every regard. They're cheaper, whatever. But I'm not here to talk on prop firms. You asked me a story about why I chose Apex over Top Step. That's the reason. Will I take a trade here? If we get up to these 23, 5, 40 levels, yeah, I will. The specific volume imbalances? Not really. No, I'm looking at 540s because if we go on the hourly chart, sorry, this is on the 15, so it draws. So from here to here, this is around 50% of the range. Let it draw. It's just thinking about it. It takes a while. No, ES didn't take that high. I'm looking at this high or this high. And they're the first 15-minute highs in 50% of the ranges. Deviate through to grab some liquidity. This is also an hourly high at 11. However, we did just take all the liquidity off of that 4-hour candle, right? So, and it's with an hourly candle. The only thing is that this candle is set to expand. So it's going to be really tough, really, really tough for me to do this. Officially, this is the model, right? Though, right? If this inverts or this trades through this level, this is going to be it. I don't want that though. I would like higher. But it's not my job to want things, Vignesh, why don't you go and look on my Twitter about what my experience is with ICT himself, and you'll understand that me and him disagree on certain things. I understand that the logic for some of the stuff that he talks about makes sense. I understand that. But at the same time, is it his concepts? I don't know. And I'm sure there are people that can teach you the things that he teaches in a much quicker, more organized way that you don't have to listen to 3 hours of ranting to know that when 3 candles set up a certain pattern, there's a gap in the market, whatever. So yeah, go look at T-Trade's content. His content's great, Oh. No, volume imbalances is in like, are you talking from like an order flow perspective or are you talking from a candlestick perspective, my boy? J Figure. TP's about to hit. Good job, brother. Then where you learned all of this. Okay, we need Lucid on NinjaTrader ASAP. I heard a rumor that it's coming soon. It's just a rumor though. No, Jay. No one specializes in volume imbalances because the way that market works is that they don't print that much. Bro, take a trade. Khan, we've been through this so many times, boy. Haven't we? We've been through this. Is there going to be a lab prop firm? No, there isn't. Palmine would be a great guest on NinjaTrader. Yeah, I agree. Do you have other people streaming in the lab? I do, yeah. Well, we do. It's not just me, there's multiple people there. Thanks to AI, I vibe coded all my NinjaTrader tools and indicators that make me money. Vibe coding is the future. It's fun, eh? you're just bored. I'm also bored, Khan. Like, I would love to just, it to set up and run 43,000 points in the opposite direction. But I can't. Cursor is magic. Cursor is magic. You need to hold. Don't put too many people on to the vibe coding. Let's keep it a secret. Let's keep the vibe coding a secret. We can take over the world with Cursor. Whoa, he's really going in. He's letting all the secrets out. If you were a new trader, you understand terminology but didn't know what to do after that, where would you start your education state of like pushing buttons? Depends what terminology and what you're looking for, right? The blue box signifies this gap up, this run for this high and this high. This is where it started. Closure below here. It's whatever. Yes, aka I am a counter order. I'm a counter trend trader. Yes. In your chat, I see ICT footprints, bro. Bro, listen. I don't know how many more times I want to tell you this. I don't really give a monkey about ICT and the things that he talks about or whatever. If you like that, then fine. I understand that. If you ask me for my opinion on it, I have no opinion on it. When are you opening up to customers from Nairobi? I think it's a regulation thing. I don't think it's a. I don't actually think it's a NinjaTrader themselves thing. Have I heard anything about Rain? So Tom does work, or he trades at Rain, but he's not employed by Rain. He doesn't work for Rain. He just trades at Rain. BLG, if you can find a segment of where I've pushed the lab, I'm happy to apologize, but I've only ever answered a question and told the truth. I've never once said, "Hey everyone, go sign up to my community, do this, do that." I've never once done that. You can quite literally learn everything I do for free on the internet. In fact, there's a whole video that I recorded on another YouTube channel that explains all of that. I didn't get paid for that. I got nothing for that. It's on a completely different YouTube channel. I could have sat down, recorded that video. I didn't. So more or less, Matt. Yeah. 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. Really, no sales at all. None that we tracked. No, we didn't push it. It's a link in the description at the bottom. Mention my YouTube channel. Oh, the video with my model on it is Chart Fanatics. If you search Trader Kane on YouTube, it's the first one that comes up. Pretty sure. Ian, hope you're well, mate. I mean, you don't really push it. Do I like Jollof? Jolofo? What's this? Yeah, whatever. You're an ICT trader. Congratulations on your success. You're trying to pivot, but bottom line is you found success through ICT concepts. Sure, buddy. Sure. And how long does it you have full confidence in my model? My full confidence in my model. I don't really know. It wasn't really something I tracked. Yeah, I don't know. You think the market will remain muted? Yeah, pretty much. Because he's number one in the space. Maybe. We've not really gone anywhere, have we? We're still in this 930 range right now. I want to see us take out these levels. That's my plan right now. If we take this out before 2 p.m. and get some sort of reversal, I would look to trade it. Ideally 11, right? That would be the best thing for me. Is 10 does this, 11 does this, and then we can then sell off. Because then that gets around me shorting 10 a.m. I can short 11, 10 set to expand. So I can then short this, trade this, get out before FOMC, and then me chilled on the sofa. After the gym. That's so unautistic. You know, that's the plan. Check YM. I don't really use SMT YM. So yeah, the sofa is a stretch, bro. No gym this morning. No, I didn't go gym this morning. I actually woke up late. Didn't feel too great. Slept like crap. So just vetoed it. Just go after this. Keep me out until basically 2 p.m. And then I can trade it too after FOMC if we get something. And if not, I just live to fight tomorrow, right? Add me on your Whoop community. I don't have my Whoop on right now. It's actually broken. Yeah, there's basically no gaps, which means we just need to wait. So it's going to be pretty slow, but so far it's been slow. Hopefully the market heats up for the rest of the day. Otherwise, it's going to be a very boring day. But we can normally expect this on days like this, right? When there's big news like the rate decision in the afternoon, the morning session is typically very slow. Consolidating for tomorrow. You buying any altcoins? Not really. Especially not here. My Ether bag's up, my Bitcoin bag's up. I have some small altcoins, so I'm not looking to add to them. Nevin, I personally like the 5 and then the 1 minute, but there's just things, we just have to get certain parameters that allow us to do that. We're still pushing slowly. Right, chat. We have one thing that we need to get done before the top of the hour. We're on 461 likes. Let's just get it to 500 and let's go from there. The one of the pins broke that holds the Whoop down. So one of the sides, it just comes off and it just slides off my wrist. I just need to get a new strap, basically. Right, we're at 473. Let's keep going. How does NQ Mini and NASDAQ trade the same? For example, if you've got SMT on NQ Mini, is it valid on NASDAQ? Sorry? Do you mean the micros? Do you mean the difference between micros and the mini? Is that the question? I don't. Oh, Max, I don't watch One Piece. I'm not a big anime person. No. Yeah. So, like, typically though, for me, right, is I'm up in the gym for 8. Up at 8. Sorry, like, look at the market, go to the gym. Normally, at the gym for around 9. I get back from the gym at like 11. I don't trade till 2. So I can just chill out. Right. So What kind of stop loss do I use? My stop loss is always a market stop loss, stop limit, or not stop limit, stop market. So if I was to short here, it would stop market here, stop, and this would just be a buy. Sell limit, stop market, buy limit. Typically. Yesterday I got really lucky. I don't know if you guys saw it. I put sell limits and buy limits in for a short I wanted, and my buy limit hit, and then my sell limit hit. And I was trying to short. Yeah. So nuts. I don't know how I got away with that. Yeah, it was so nuts. Could have been ugly though, because I had no buy stop in or sell stop in below. Because obviously I wasn't anticipating that. Come on, this run. Little push now. When do I consider a range to be taken out? Closure outside the range, so whatever time frame I'm drawing the range on. So here, we would need a good closure like outside of here for this range to get taken out. But again, they could just sell it back inside, you know. I won't take anything now. No, I won't take anything now until after 11. Yeah, it's a very slow day, boring, and I apologize. Go to the gym, come back. Hopefully there's something in it for us. Like I said, if not, that's okay, and we can just come back tomorrow and we can just trade tomorrow. So I took no trades today. Do I like the big Range Rover Defender, the 90s? My dad is massive. My dad, his friends, and his friends' sons are all into the Land Rovers. That's just basically their thing, like the classic Defenders. You know, I fix it with a hammer and a screwdriver. I do appreciate them. They're just horrible to drive. Why did I decide to wait for this? Because this is the higher time frame. This is the higher time frame logical liquidity target that I use, right? I want to see it run into this level. This is the first high within that discounted area, that 50% of the drop. Nasdaq's already at EQ. Oh, the new ones. No, I don't. I do like the new Defenders. Yeah, I don't mind them. But again, like, why would I? I just prefer the wagon over the Defenders right now. Sorry, chat. My throat's going with the AC. Yeah. Did I ship my wagon to Cape Town when I was there? That'd be an expensive trip. No, I just leased. I just rented one. I just want to see this like a nice bit of volume now. Just push into this area, and I would just look for sells off the back of that area. We'll see. We'll see, chat. You're shorting this. Good luck. What's my bias? Overall, just higher for lower, but that was kind of what I said at the beginning of the session. I couldn't get long off for the low, so that's fine. I just have to wait. Mr. XY, how are you?
What up, Kane? You good? Good. Not too bad. And
How's
it's long.
things?
Hopefully it
Yeah.
works. Heard you're
This,
looking to offer. Don't do it yet.
no, I will. I won't do it now. I need to take that level, sell off a little bit, re-offer, and then I'll sell it.
What are you looking like? You said 540s?
Yeah, the 542.50. That's just the hourly high for me.
Hmm.
I mean, everyone's probably going to think, yeah, it's an imbalance. It's just, for me, it's just that high in that 50% move. Take that, and I'd probably just take this back down to like basically where you're long from, this 500 level. And then, yeah, go about my day. But I won't hang around for it. If it happens, 10, 15 minutes after 11, great. If not, I'm going to be in the gym for a couple of hours and then I'll come back. You know how this day goes. Nothing really normally happens. So grind till 2, and then we get a violent move, retraces some of it, continues, whatever. Could be a million and one things.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, you got double shift today, right?
I got double header. Yeah. Right after this, we go for that break and then back on with Nick.
Yeah.
They're working me, Kane.
They're working you too hard. Well, it's some of us need it. You probably don't. What's the time there? It's early, right?
It's a little early. Yeah. It's very early, but I'm here for it. I'm here for the chat.
You're busting out the
Can't complain
Versace robe for everyone?
Yeah, it's a little cold right now because it's in the morning. So
Yeah.
later on, I won't have it when we go in the afternoon. It gets hot. So it's
Okay.
Cali weather, you can't tell when is what.
What's the temperature either there? Because I bet the cold is probably warm for me.
I would say anything in the 60s is a little chilly. It's a little chilly for me. I run kind of cold though. Anything in the 80s is hot. So during the day, it's gonna be like mid. It can get to high 80s. The morning is like
Okay,
low
yeah.
60s.
Like 65?
It's like
like
65 right now, yeah.
Yeah, that's like average weather for the UK. It's kind of warm actually.
Yeah, no, that's a Cali thing. Like it could be like
Yeah.
slightly windy. You got like 60-degree temps, and the people on the news are like in the jackets, like it's extreme temperatures out today. And they'll show a tree with like a branch like kind of moving around. That's just how it is. We're weak out here.
Dramatizing weather, you know?
It's nice
What's
though.
your
You've
target for
been
this long?
well, I can see that we're rejecting our 540, but ultimately I'm looking for the 50s, like 555.
Yeah.
So it's coming back. Did peel some off earlier, so I'm trying to get really greedy with these profits here. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. So your normal size, you're in 8 right now, or did you take some off?
I had actually 13 earlier
Right, okay, I was gonna say.
because the range was so narrow. I figured if they're gonna hold this spot, it's gonna be good. So I got in with this momentum right here.
Okay, yeah.
Scared out new highs, and then I saw them hold this, so I'm like, all right, we're gonna hold
Add.
8, try to get greedy, and I should have scaled out the 540s, but it is what it is. We'll see. Got to win big, right?
Yeah, especially when the range is tight, right? Like you're able to go those, I guess, bigger sizes because you can have you get tighter invalidations, but
Yeah. It's hard to get today. It's really hard to get access into anything. So for me, it was like, okay, if I've got access and it's proving to be decent, if I start peeling off too soon, I might regret it and all that stuff. So I am probably gonna flan the rest of this if it does come back too close to my stop, but I'll let it shake out right here and we'll see what's up.
yeah, I mean, it's typically like your entry is like a good re-off area, right?
Yeah.
That's the sad part, like about
Yeah.
it sometimes, because it's when someone's like, oh, this, why would you not just sell this high and then like you just said, right, like sell this high and then just buy the re-offer? okay, great. But if this just blasts through here and you sell it, hoping it comes back, you're like, I should not have sold. You go through that whole mental battle.
Yep. So I'm in for it. I'm gonna stick to these 8 right here, and I'll learn my lesson. If we get back up to those 40s, I'll let some off. I'll let
Yeah.
like half off, and we'll ride the other half. Because I mean that rejection, that wasn't for nothing. That doesn't happen without some pretty significant sell. I mean, I can see on the order flow like 200 plus just got slammed into. So he's a scary
But
dude. I mean, you said it yourself, right? In the 540s, you're looking for an offer.
yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just that 50% range, right? Like I typically like that high in that 50, around that 50%, that hourly 15-minute high. But yeah, I
Mhm.
mean, typically they just sell the 50% of the move down on the way back up. They normally gets run over the first time and then they sell it down, then they hold it down. And that's what I'm looking for, the hold down. But brother, on that note, I wish you the best of luck. Hopefully this buys up into those 550s for us both. And I'll tune in later. I'm going to go to the gym now. I'll be tuning in later. So I wish you the best.
Sure. Thanks, Kane.
Good luck, brother.
All right, guys. Well, if it holds here, it's nice. Um, if not, it's not nice. Simple as that. I am wary. So we did build some volume. We left it. I don't like that. So I'm going to keep a close eye on it here. Still got some open profits, isn't too bad, but we'll see. Ultimately, it's always, we'll see. The tape is still kind of heavy here. Really nasty candle on this sell. 15-minute doesn't look too good for ES. I mean, the 5-minute. I might go for a scratch here. I'll put this at break even. It's going to shake out where it shakes out, but let's see. Yeah, we'll see if this holds. Hope you guys are doing well. Large part of the day didn't really do anything as we were in this range here before we came up and started building higher. Um, Obviously, regretfully, did not take these longs down here, but at the time, it's just ping-ponging back and forth. I was just like, I'm not doing anything until range breaks. So the reason for the long is the range. They finally got out of the range, came back. I'm watching the pullback, seeing if they can actually hold above the range, which they did. We got some good profits. I peeled 5 off at new highs, holding on to these 8 to see if we can really bank something nice on this move. Because yeah, it's the thing about pre FOMC. On FOMC days, it's usually like really slow. It's hard to get access into things. So there's a reason I'm holding this. I mean, I had like almost 5K in open profits on these 8 lots alone. So it sucks to see that come back, but I'm glad that I was able to still get 5 lots off for a good TP. And it's always, for me, it's always the scenarios that you want are going to be 3 things, right? If a trade can give me a scenario of big green, break even or small red, that's what I'm looking for. If I have access that gives me those scenarios in my trade, I don't want to let that go for nothing. I mean, it's not to say like 4 or 5K is nothing, but I could have easily regretted peeling off too much there. It happens a lot, actually, or happened a lot in the past. So it's sad at 512, but I don't know how much more there is on the bone. Yeah, this is, it doesn't look too bad still. The way I'm looking at price now is there's 2 ranges, right? There's this lower range and there's this upper range. Going to be either or for me. We're looking at a pretty balanced shape, pretty balanced profile. Like I said earlier, I don't like that they actually built volume and lost that volume. Is this something I play against often? So Is what it is. We'll see what else we can get on the session. Cali literally has the best climate. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Let's see if we can hold this area. Tape's still pretty heavy here. I'm gonna see if they can keep this. I wouldn't. Could build into a double distribution, I guess, but we'll see if they can hold this spot. I'm gonna give this. I don't know what is this, like 8-point stop or something like that. Yeah, if they lose this, if they tap back into this range, I'm actually just gonna look for offers instead. So we will see. Oscar, why are you longing when we just got a change of character? Watch me longing again, sir. Um, I just described it. I'm seeing two price wise, it's like two distributions, right? There's this lower range and there's an upper range. If they're gonna hold right here, it means they still want to auction in the upper range. So I'm gonna take the low end of the upper range's auction to get long until they break the upper range. So that's no, I don't think you're being toxic. I'm just joking around. Yeah, at the end of the day, to me it's two ranges right now. And I haven't seen yet that they are able to access back into this lower range and accept it. So we're gonna try it. Keeping the risk small. I'm not really giving it that much room. So we'll see what happens. So this is why when I am in winning trades, I let them go. I let them run further, right? Because if not, if I'm taking it too soon, the EV is not going to work out over time. Let's see. Okay, ES. I'm going to find this because ES is moving into its lower range. So scratching out of that trade there. Don't like it too much. I want to see ES pop back into the low volume area first. And see if we can hold double distribution. Yeah. I mean, honestly, if ES goes to 08, that's too far down. That's too far down. Volume indicator. Volume. Oh, this down here? This is called a tape reader. It is not volume. It's an aggregate of the time and sales. So, it's basically telling you like right here, it's majority selling on the time and sales. And they're certainly getting what they want on the left. On the left? On the left? Right. Oh, okay. This is a leg to leg delta profile. So delta by price, if you're familiar, it tracks overall delta at prices. So how this works is yeah. So it's tracking delta by price, and after a certain amount of points in rotation, it'll reset. I have it for 30 right now, I think, but there's not much range, so it hasn't really reset. Yeah, ES was the canary here for sure. Shorts were good. Is that a what's a Woodle pivot? Yeah, nice short, man. Tape's still pretty heavy here, so I'm waiting. It's too late to grab a short for me. Morning, Delhi. Uh, Shravan, will I continue to be active with FOMC looming? I'll see what we can get. But yeah, generally I don't like trading that pre-FOMC because it's really choppy. It's like really rangy, stuff like that. Um, but I mean, to be honest, it's today hasn't been that bad, no. Where in Cali am I? LA area. SoCal. Yeah, ES went to that 08s. They're going for new lows. Yeah, in hindsight, man, if I wasn't in that long up here, seeing them give up this volume back into this range would have been a six short, man. Hindsight, of course. This could be a good bid spot, but I want to see them stop stepping down price first. So we'll see what happens on the Dom right now. Still looks pretty strong. They're putting in some good volume. So either the market comes back, gives me a taper somewhere on the Dom, we can get long. Otherwise, we let it go. Tape is still really strong on the sell side here. No, ES is really selling it. Yeah, ES is strong. Everything's strong, sell side. It's a price ladder, JD. The depth of market price ladder. You can Google it and you'll see one right away. Scott. Yeah, we get more range too in the morning. Still really strong on the sell here. There's like no taper anywhere. How far down do I see this going? Get down in the 40s, 440s. They've been bidding that a few times now, but yeah, this can certainly go down the 440s. It's essentially a failure of trying to, get any business done in this low volume area. So if you come back, likely they're going to go and test the other side. So can be these 440s here. I don't have a price ladder up on NinjaTrader. What is a taper? Taper, I mean, taper is like a lack of a better word, like a lack of volume, right? When price trades somewhere, the idea, the market wants volume to be put in. So as price trades, is advertised here and there, the market wants sellers and buyers to interact. But when you get to a certain point where now there's less interaction, you're going to get less volume. That's a taper. So if you look at a volume profile, this is a taper right here, where volume starts to dry out. Upside right here, volume starts to dry out. Let's go on the 1 hour. Right here, volume dries out. These are tapers. So it's pretty by definition, what a taper is. ES is potentially leaving some volume behind. We do have stuck volume in the 80s and 79s here. And we can play off of those guys. Risk is a bit wider than I'd like. We're looking at 12 points, so I'm going to only do 5 lots here. We can always add if they actually start to stair step this up, but one thing at a time. Let's see. Yeah, I wish I got better prices on this low, but I was looking at the chat. I would have liked the 82s. The 82s and the 83s. That's really what I'm looking at on the ladder. Volume in the 80s to 77s. There's a build that got stuck. And then the taper is around the 83s to 81s. So I'd like to be around 83, 82s. What can you do? You got to look at chat. Let's see. ES is still bidding. I'd like to see them actually get something done. What's my target? I want to see if they can at least get to these 10s first, 5 10s. Get back into the upper range. That's going to start like the 505, 504s, but at that point, I'm not going to take TPs that early. I want to see if they can break in. If not, I'll probably break even this thing, or they can just fail this here and die. All possible scenarios. Let's see the tape. So ES does have some stuck buying the 07s. They're absorbing a lot. This right here, 05, 3/4. If ES can hold above the 05s, we'll be okay. They need to get back into the IB. Hold back into the IB. As always, we'll see. Yeah, I'll add if NQ can break into the 96s, but otherwise I'm not adding. There's no proof that this is going to work for me just yet. We say proof, but honestly, you never know. But lack of a better word, I think it becomes a better long if they can get into the 95, 96s. That goes in tandem with ES being above the 05s for me is what I'm looking at. There's a lot of selling going on in the 05s and ES. They want to pull price back outside the IB. If the buyers can hold that, that's a further indication for me that there's not enough sell at these ranges here, which means we can look for an upward move. So let it shake out. Why does it have, and does it have to be a certain risk reward? Yeah, my targets have to be over a certain risk reward because my risk is always so small, right? This to me is extended risk. It's about 12 points, which is why I'm only in 5, as opposed to like my usual bigger size. If I'm risking 12, I don't want to take 12. If I'm willing to risk 12, it's because I think my trade idea has the potential to go much further than 12. Otherwise, I wouldn't even take it. So things I like and don't like. I don't like that NQ tape is still this heavy here, but ES is showing a lot less sell side versus buy side. I might scratch out of this for about 5 points, 4 points if NQ doesn't pull it up here. We're seeing initiative selling at these 84s. So if the sellers do get traction, I'm going to get out of this trade. I'm going to flatten the trade. If they don't get traction, well, we have good news. They are still attempting to sell and they are not getting what they want. These are minis, Frank. So ES is doing okay. NQ still TBD. It's a good pop here. ES is strong. I'm going to add a little bit onto that trade from here. So this trade needs to start working upside right now. If we start coming back down, I'm going to peel off some of the ads. Yes, back around the 06s. Yeah, we got Euro close in what, like 8 minutes. What percentage do you do for stop loss? I don't do it based on percentage. It's pretty much via structure. And if the structure demands too wide of a stop loss to make sense, I just won't take the trade. Or I'll take it on less size, things like that. But the reason I have dollar amount P&L on my trades is because that's how I'm looking at the risk, right? If it's going to be like $1,800, I'm at a really far end of risk. If it's 2,000, I'm not taking that trade. I like to stay around anywhere from like 1,100 to 1,500 risk on my trades on average. So this is where decisions start to get made. We'll peel off some in the 510s, but we're not guaranteed 510s. This is pretty much the gate right here. The O2s, if they can break above O2s, O3s, we can look to see if they can reclaim upper range, which can take us through the profile. So these are my thoughts. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Again, O2's not good enough for me. This trade idea is me thinking if we can't extend lower range, we will reclaim upper range. So it's kind of like a double distribution today on the volume profile. And I'll play it as such. Trade with a hard stop, but not a TP target. Yeah. Hard stop, always a must. Target because when I'm in a trade and price is moving, we'll say in my favor, right? I don't want to be like order flow is really strong and I have a TP and I don't move it fast enough and it gets taken. stuff like that. So I'm looking at order flow as things develop, as the move develops, as pace comes in or pace dries up. I don't want to be taking profits in an area where there's a lack of volume, because that's where price is really going to run, right? It's when price slows down, they're building up volume. So to me, it means, okay, a counterparty has shown themselves at this advertised price. Going up, if it slows down, there's volume building. Now you've finally spotted sell interest at a certain price. And then I'll peel some off there, stuff like that. But I don't have TPs because I don't want to be taking profits as prices moving through an area with a lack of interest, because it's just going to move right through. So that's the idea. So I'm always looking at the order flow, where it gets, starts to slow down, gets real sticky. They're finding finally that advertised price has enough interest to potentially, do business and maybe even turn. We don't know ever if there's more buyers than sellers, vice versa. So right here, I mean, like I said, key decision point right here. O2s, O3s, O4s. This is going to be where they make the choice. Hey, do we go up back into this range? And if they can reclaim the range, we can move through into the 520s. Or does this reject? We go back to lower range and it's going to go back to my entry. Tough call to make. Yeah, no, it's always a tough call to make. Um, Taking profits, letting it run. So I have my own way of doing things, right? I want to be very deliberate in my execution. I don't want to regret anything. So it's you make a choice, you stick to it, you live and die with it, right? If I do take profits and it's like, oh, I might be cutting it short, it's not through the plan yet. It's because the risk reward has already played out, right? If I do this consistently, I'm still positive EV, and that's okay. And if I take it there, it's because, okay, well, I'm always asking myself subconsciously, if it doesn't work here, I'm going to be glad I took it. If it works and I took it and it runs, how do I feel about it? Right? Or how do I feel if I round trip it? And it's always the same thing. In my head, I ask myself that question, and the answer always is, I'm going to feel worse if I round trip it. So I'm going to take it. I live with it. It is what it is. No harm, no foul. So gotta manage yourself, That's why, I mean, generally you guys see me on stream, you don't really see me phased by anything, because you do the same thing over a certain period of time, long enough. You know your outcomes. You know what your equity curve looks like. So you must be a robot. You must be a robot. Everyone's gonna say it, but I don't think it's possible. So contrary to a lot of what people say, I don't think it's a smart decision to try to become a robot, because I don't think it's possible, right? We're humans. I think it's better to know and understand your triggers better, so that you can avoid certain scenarios or market environments that can pretty much trigger you. And for me, one of the things is round tripping. I hate it, right? But I can only just peel the profits off if the risk reward has made sense, right? So to me, I'm risking 12 here, and I think that was a 15-point move, which is okay. It's decent, but over time, generally my winners can pay me much more than my risk. So you just got to stick to it. Win or lose, it's not up to you. It's up to the market. All you can do is try to find the spots where they make the choice, and then make sure that your risk is smaller than your reward. And if the market makes the choice that you want it to, that's great. If not, you lose a lot less, and you're better for it. What does round tripping mean? It means, say I'm in a trade. Earlier, it could have been a round trip. I was long. I mean, we were in for like 30 something points. So I had 13 lots. I peeled off 5, took profit. Great. But I had 8 left. I got up to like 31 points, 32 points on 8 lots. And it came all the way back to me. I could have taken profit. I could have scaled some out. Could did this or that, but ultimately it comes all the way back to my entry. That's a round trip. Why did I not really feel so strongly about it? Well, it's because I took profits on that trade. I did get paid for that trade. So average win rate, I guess eyeball guess would be like maybe 60% at the higher end of things, 60, 62, something like that. Yeah, Scott, when I'm into runners, when I'm down into runners, I do trail. Yeah. The new lows on NQ coming. I hope you're wrong. Average risk reward. I think risk reward is too static of a figure. It's dynamic for me. I think profit factor is a more realistic gauge for me. I say my profit factor is probably 1.8. It's under 2. I think a 2 profit factor on like average of trades, right? I'm not talking about in aggregate. It's higher than 2. My profit factor is certainly higher than 2. But trade by trade, like average, I'd say like maybe like 1.8. Yes, still holding pretty well, but NQ, we'll see about it. Peel off some risk here. Oh, good thing I did. What's my favorite move? Like setup? It's funny. My favorite setup is this one that we could have sold from right here in hindsight. That's why I was like, dude, um, why would I not kill the trade when I see that absorption? It's not the plan, young Bleezy. Um, movie. Just off the top of my head, I really, really enjoy the John Wick films. Like, I honestly really, really do. Um, I understand those aren't like, okay, cinematic, you know, high level cinema, but um, yeah, my brain's fried. I'll say, okay, Interstellar is definitely up there. Space Jam is certainly up there. Dude, I watched so much Space Jam as a kid. So Space Jam's got to be in there. What else? Dune's good. Dune's cool. I mean, it's no like Space Jam or Interstellar though. I've seen Whiplash. Whiplash is a really good movie too, but it wouldn't be like among my top. But it is a really good movie. Dude, top movies. I haven't seen Ballerina actually. Okay. Well, yeah, a lot of people like Whiplash, huh? Um, how do I put this all together? So a lot of people in chat are asking me why I'm not taking profit if I'm up $1,000, $2,000. I understand it's quite a bit of money, right? Um, but that is a matter of like 1 hour of my risk. If I keep taking 1 hour trades, my equity curve will not be what it is. Okay. So I expect a trade to pay me around 4K plus 8K, right? I think coming into this stream with me and not understanding that part might get you feeling a certain kind of way, right? If my average risk is anywhere from 1100 to 1500 and I'm constantly taking profit at 1000, 2000, where would I be? In the garbage can, right? If I'm right on a trade, it's got to pay me more than if I'm wrong. So, yeah, I understand that because my P&L is in dollars, it might look different, right? But my P&L is in dollars, not for the viewers. It's for me. So I can see how much I'm risking exactly and respect the risk and respect the risk reward. So, I think I've seen a lot of it in the chat where they're like, oh, you had 1,000, you had 2,000. Earlier, I had 4,000. I had $4,600 in open profits, right? You didn't know that I took already big profits on the other contracts that I peeled off before that. If price were to trade above 540s into the 560s, the story is much different. So as I say, 3 outcomes for my trades. I lose small, I win a little, I scratch, break even, small green, whatever, or big green. As long as those parameters are the only 3 parameters in my trades, there's nothing else for me to worry about. So as I always say, right or wrong, we'll never know. Everyone in the chat, on Twitter, selling YouTube courses, they're going to say, yeah, we know when this is going to work. I know nobody knows. So the sooner you can resign yourself to the market in that way, the more quickly you can manage risk more appropriately, right? And execute the best way. So earlier, I said it way in advance, even before the trades start working. This is going to be the decision spot, right? The 03s, the 04s, because this is that middle ground, the gateway between these 2 distributions. If we can get into the up distribution, we're going to make a lot of money. And I'm not about to take 15 points, risking 12, because I'm scared that it might be a loser, right? 3 parameters. If we traded above this, big green. Otherwise, small green, small red, or scratch. That's it. So these things don't really, not too big of a deal for me. What I am seeing, they're still not able to access this lower range. So I hope that answers that I've seen a lot of it and I can't answer it one by one. I think this is a good question. If you're seeing the effort on ES by buyers not paying off, VIX pushing into resistance, wouldn't it make sense to reassess and potentially scratch out? Depends. If I believe my access was good, which I did, I'm not giving that up. The market's got to come take it, right? A lot of times people scratch because they don't want a loss. To me, I don't care if it's a win or loss. It's the risk, it's the dollar amount. What is my ticket price? In that moment, my ticket price is cheap enough for me to not want to give up access to a potential good trade just because I'm scared of losing, right? There's no way. That won't happen. If I think my access is good, the market's got to come take it. Am I still bullish? Neutral. I mean, I'm trading it like it's neutral. No breakouts, which is why I was trying to long around this area because I think it's rotational. Him and so are always bullish. Hey, it's hard not to be. You guys want to see something cool? Check this out. Yeah. This has paid me so much money. This particular area of longs right here. And then, everyone long side's getting paid. where's the volume going, certain, this and that. Edge alert, nat gas futures, new session lows. Yes is still pretty strong on the downside here. And Q's tape is a little too heavy still though, so I don't know about it. I hate this fill, man. I hate these fills. Yeah, guys, the longer you watch me trade, you'll come to find that I actually am quite agnostic in my trades. When I'm on with the other guys, we joke around. We'll say like, we got to win this. The good guys, the bad guys, we're the good guys. But I have long ago resigned all expectations and control of the market in terms of my trade outcome. And the only thing that matters is, hey, if you win, do you win a lot more than you lose? You take care of the downside, the upside will take care of itself. So, um, not toxic. All of this in the chat, I don't see it as toxic, so don't get me wrong. I think it's good that you guys asked so we can have that discussion. IB as A and B or just a period. IB is IB. A period is A period. B period is B period, but IB is IB. So I just separate the two. 2020 hindsight. Yeah, it's hindsight, but right, who's not guilty of that, right? So I don't hold people in the chat. I don't hold it against them, right? Asking me, hey, why don't you just take the money? Why don't you just do that? Um, everyone's got their own system. I don't take that stuff personally. So if you guys want to say what you say, I mean, it drives discussion. I don't think it's a bad thing, right? Someone in the chat might be thinking the same. They don't want to ask, or someone might not have even thought about the concept of the question. Um, yeah, it's not a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing. Logan, I appreciate that. Yeah, I've got good trades. I've got bad trades. Actually, you know what? I want to be able to say I don't have many bad trades, but yeah, I've got tons of losing trades. There was a time where I had like no losing trades on stream for like a whole month or something. And I took a loser and people were like, oh my gosh, you finally lost a trade. Oh man, I lose all the time, guys. But Logan, I appreciate that vote of confidence there. Um, Chat moves a lot faster in the morning. How many trades do I take per day? It really depends on a lot of things. Really depends on a lot of things, conditions and stuff. Monday, I literally took one trade when price finally broke range, took it back into the range. Today, I expect that I might have to take a lot of trades because, well, I'm on again in what, about 3 hours with Nick, and it's going to be post FOMC or FOMC. So we'll see. So before I start NT Live, I usually would trade early, and I would not, my charts wouldn't even be on during FOMC. Logan, yeah, bad trades and losing trades are two different things. Yeah, so I try, what I care about is not losing trades. What I care about is not placing bad trades. Do my best, like everybody else. When's the last time I went on tilt? I can't remember. I'll go into that in a bit. Why? It's a different answer than you guys might think. Still, thanks. Yeah, please give me some likes. I don't know why they would have me on twice in a row in the morning on Wednesdays, but it's their choice to make. What you see is what you get. Take a lot more trades when you try to make up for losing day. Yeah. I'm confident that in everyone's journal, in everyone's trade calendar, those big red days, they've got the most trades in them. And if there's a day with a lot of trades, it's a red day. That's what I've I noticed that for myself, and then I noticed that when I see everyone else's trade journals. We all have the same issue, right? If you've got a day where you fired off a bunch of trades, it's not a good day. Even if you come out green, it sucks. Um, was that volume profile you showed with nodes where you take longs? Volume profiles. I don't know which one. I have this one. It's an intraday profile. If you're talking about this one. Costs. Yeah, it's a learned behavior for sure. And I'm someone that really sucks at holding trades. I think everyone that knows me knows that. I really suck at holding trades. So I really had to force my brain into thinking risk reward those three outcomes. I'm always like in my own head saying, hey, three outcomes. Big green, small red, small green, or you lose, small red. Stop worrying about everything else. Um, some people might be taking profits on stream just to not be like, oh, I'm losing on stream, on live. Look, I took profits. I don't care. No dumb questions in learning. Absolutely. I appreciate it, chat. Everyone that likes me, at least. 505 seller's back. 505 seller never left. We never got through him right here. The first time it showed that he's still there. So I'm going to assume he's still there. But I also have the information now that they've tried this low a few times, couldn't do it. And if they're not going to do the low, maybe they'll do the high. Or maybe I'll eat shit. Average hold time? I don't know because it varies so much, right? When the market's slow, it's going to be longer. When the market's faster, it's going to be faster. But generally, on a normal market conditions with more volatility, not like the summer all-time high drag, it could be like a minute before a TP1, real quick, because my core of trading is I am a scalper. It's never going to change. We're still today enjoying his one-day vacation from not streaming multiple times every single day. See you, Paul. Yeah, hopefully the afternoon is cool. But knowing how it's been, maybe they'll just give us a 20-point range. Okay, so the tilt. A lot of reasons why I don't really tilt. And the biggest one is that I am quite privileged in the way that my life is. Trading income is not something I rely on for my livelihood or even like my quality of life, which is why I'm so dismissive of spending more time on the chart when you don't have to, right? That's why a lot of times I trade, it's been an hour and I'll turn it off and I'm good, right? Obviously, since we started NT Live, I'm trading more because we're streaming. And then there is a certain level of being able to detach from your risk and accepting it. So I will always frame a trade as, is this potential reward worth the ticket price? And the ticket price is your stop loss. Consider it paid, right? So right now, my ticket price as it stands is $1,000. My stop right now, where my risk is 1,000. I can certainly tighten it, but I'm going to give this a little bit more room, right? I can set it to break even, sure. Should I? Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe, because if price rejects from this spot, this entry to me is no longer that good. So cool. Good thing we talked about it. They're either gonna go through these mid like 505s and stuff, or it's just gonna come back down. So if it comes back down, I'm not gonna get stuck here. Whatever. And if it goes to me, takes me and goes, hey, it is what it is. But yeah, I'm privileged in that way. So it's easier for me to do things without such a strong emotional attachment to the monetary outcome of things. So it's a big edge that I have. It's a big edge that I am fully aware of. That is a big blessing. So, there's a reason I don't get on streams and start harping on people who make the same mistakes that I'll make, the same mistakes that we'll all make, because I come from a different spot where I can trade with more protection financially. So that shrugs off a lot of tilt. It's not that, hey, I'm this super robotic or I'm so locked in mentally and this and this. It's a different position, one that I'm blessed to be in. Um, Matrix trading. Please show account or unsustainable trader fake demo. Hey, you be the judge, huh? Trading for a living gets much easier, able to bank some profits. Think about the trade. Yeah, I don't have targets, like daily targets, monthly targets, this target. The only thing I have is a loss limit, loss targets. That's a lot of the times why too. Like it could be Tuesday, it could be Wednesday. If I had a big green outlier day, I'm actually not going to trade for the rest of the week. Obviously, I'll get on stream, we'll do some trades, but generally, like my thing is if I have a big green day, like bigger than average, I'm not going to trade anymore because a lot of the times that outlier green turns into the outlier red the next day or the next 2 days or within the week. Something I've recognized about myself, like I said, you can't be perfect, you can't be a robot, you can't chase that ghost. Know yourself and manage and limit your potential triggers. And that's always been one of mine. Huge green days. And then subconsciously, like you're like, oh, it's a big green day. You can't do that all the time. But subconsciously you're like chasing it. And I close the window on that. So no more chasing it. If I have a big green day, I call my doctor. Fat fish, you only need to see a doctor if it's been longer than 4 hours. Oh, what's up, Jim?
I got that one. Oh man.
Yeah, look, guys, I regret that we had more losing trades than winning trades. Don't feel bad for me. Risk was certainly managed. These were tight stops. I don't want to say it's meaningless, but it's not going to affect my trading going forward. On some days, I'll eat it. Some days, I'm making crazy profits.
Well, XYZ, man, we appreciate you doing double duty today.
Yeah, yeah. I totally forgot for a second. I'm back on, but I'll see you guys. I'm leaving the chat and coming right back in.
The $1 million
Yeah, I mean,
question.
I
Will
appreciate
we,
everybody hanging out. I'm not used to these morning sessions on NinjaTrader, so the chat definitely moves faster than um the afternoon. So I try to do my best. You've seen me a few times, guys, miss like the entries that I would want, but hey, you give and you take. Trade futures. I appreciate you, man.
All right. Yeah. Well, today's a unique day across the board with all the stuff going on and in reality, nothing going on. It's the same time.
Yeah, usually I think we're all aware. Pre Wednesdays of FOMC, before the announcement, it could be real dicey, real choppy, real slow, rangy. Um,
Do you
we
have the
do what we
robe on
can.
today? I think I just noticed this.
What's up?
Do you have the robe on today?
Yeah, it's cold in the mornings. So in the mornings, I'll have it because my AC is always on. So by the time I wake up, it's like really chilly. And then like by afternoon stream, it's hot. So I won't have a robe on later. We'll do a little wardrobe change.
Wow. All right. Well, that's the other stat I think we got to think about is what you earlier you were talking about, percent wins and all of that stuff. And, what is it with the robe or without the robe? That's
You know,
probably, yeah.
I've always said that I'm really bad at journaling. So I haven't gathered any, real quantitative data on that yet. Journaling is one of those things where I tell everyone, do as I say, not as I do, because I don't do a good job of it. But it doesn't mean that you should do what I do.
I hear you, man. You got to stay focused on that. So I'm just going to hit GPT and ask, the question, is XYZ better with or without the robe? But it'll tell us the answer.
Well, we're making money now, so I think the better question is, do I do better with when Jim is on with me or otherwise?
Ooh. If that's the
This
case,
trade's
I'll be on
working
with you
out
all the
pretty
time, my
well.
friend. What's your exit strategy here for this trade?
I want to at least get to these 520s to start to peel anything off, which is about 10 points away. I might even just flatten it. We'll see. Um, Jim and XY live session. Hey, I think that'd be fun. Jim works like 8 hours a day, guys. We can't make him do that. You know what we should do, guys? If we do a Jim and XY session, if we don't get to 500 likes, Jim ain't going nowhere.
I'm on you. I'm with you like that, man. They say that you should do what makes you happy in life, and that would make me happy in life is to do a side by side with you for sure.
Yeah, it'd be fun. I think well, this trade's shaking out okay. Thanks to ES. No thanks to NQ earlier.
Yeah. All
But
right,
cool,
man. Well,
guys.
listen, I'm gonna let you go get lunch, chill out, do whatever you're gonna do. Look forward to seeing you this afternoon. So thanks for being with us, man.
Thanks, Jim. See you, chat. Thanks for hopping on.
All right, it is time. That thumbs up. Hit that thumbs up, man. XYZ is awesome as usual. Love watching that cat trade. Appreciate everybody being here today. A couple observations here before we end the morning stream. Just have a picture of the 30-year Treasury bond. We talked a lot about this morning with Deli, and Deli continued to talk about it as well later on in the morning because it's important. This is a 3-day look. This is a 30-minute candle right here. And interestingly enough, we started the point of control on Monday started down here, almost a 112 handle, a 113.07 handle. Then yesterday we toggled all the way back up here. Point of control 114 and 17/32, and this is the point of control in the session. And then today we kind of came back down, right? Right now we're right at that 114 handle, 114.01 for that point of control. And interestingly enough, so I decided to draw a fib line from the weekly lows, which is the low during the London initial balance yesterday, to today's highs. This high kind of tweezer top, as Tom Schneider would call it, a tweezer top, and then painted the fib on the screen. And where 50% retracement is kind of holding the day right now, right? So we've retraced halfway from that big green candle we saw yesterday, as this market's kind of in an anticipatory frame of mind right now. Cash yield right now is about 4.9%, which some would argue, well, that's better than 5% from a borrowing point of view, but not better from an investing point of view. Anyway, that's where we're sitting right now. We'll see. There's a lot of Mentor Q targets up and down and all over the place here. But when we get to that FOMC announcement and the presser, will be a lot of fun. We'll go from there. Let's take the same peek here on the E-mini S&P. And remember that edge full stat, right? The day before FOMC for the last 4 meetings, the day before was a red day, and then the FOMC day itself was a green day. We'll see if that pattern continues or not. This is again a 3-day peak here. We're kind of trading at the bottom of the weekly low. We're close to the weekly lows. We're not all the way there. We have a little bit of pushback up to the pivot right now. But interestingly enough, here you have this point of control, which is identical, right? So yesterday's point of control is the same as today's point of control, and look at how many candles. 6409, you could round it up, round it down, has traded through that level today, right? This is price happiness is acting like a magnet until we get closer to 2 o'clock today. In any event, that's what I'm thinking. And we'll see if we get a breakout of the initial balance breakout. We have it by wicks. We have a double break by wick, but we don't have it by candle body. There's about a 76% look back on edge full that will have a single candle body close below or above the initial balance. So keep that stat in mind, edgefull.com with 1L. That's what I wanted to share. I do want to remind everybody, though, today is a special afternoon. We usually start at 2:30 East Coast time. Today we're starting early. We're starting at 1:55. We're going to start with me and Shai, and then once the announcement hits, right, we're going to talk about that, compare statements and stuff like that. That's going to be 1:55. I know it's a weird time, but 1:55 we're starting this afternoon. We'll hit that 2 o'clock announcement. And then not too short after that, we have Blake Morrow is going to come in with Shy, and they're going to go ahead and do a deeper dive into the assessment, and that's going to bring us all the way to the actual press conference. So special start this afternoon, 1:55, and then Blake Morrow will be involved probably around 2:10. He's Pipsar, at Pipsar on X. So the guy's awesome. Looking forward to that as well. So having said all that, folks, thanks everybody for being here with us. We really appreciate the likes, the subscriptions, all the great cheer and support you guys give each other in the chat. That's awesome. We have a great community here. Keep it rolling. Thank you. Thank you. We will see you this afternoon, early start. Until then, get a little rest and be ready to roll.